for this. Yeah.
Well, maybe just a little bit of a technical difficulty there, but we are ready to go racing for the 25th e-ticket event, the Great American 500. I'm John Ramos. To my right, the iceberg, Jarrett Lundberg. Get ready to call 500 miles worth of racing at Chicagoland Speedway. Apologies for any audio issues we may have just had on your end, but the racing is going to be exciting because every time we head to Joliet, it's always something worth your while. Jarrett, you've attended races there for years, and you've seen races here of the plenty on iRacing. What makes this track so special?
Oh, there's just so much about this track. I mean, for one, you know, with it being a mile and a half with the next-gen car, that immediately is going to make it awesome. It's something that we're still yet to see in real life just yet, but it's the age of the track. This is one of the oldest surfaces that'd be raced on in all of NASCAR. You got about 18 degrees of banking, so pretty well banked, not progressive banking either, so all the way up from the bottom to the top. And you know, we talked about it even before, there's a curved backstretch here, so the drivers really don't have any time to rest. If they, for a moment, have any focus taken off of the task at hand, they're gonna be in the wall.
It's going to be a lot of fun to see, and I know those camera angles are really going to show the style of racing we're going to have. But with Chicagoland, with really only us being able to diagnose with the car tomorrow, the Gen 4 and the Gen 6, seeing it with the next gen, it's really night and day. Talking about the setup, drivers have mentioned that it's going to be tight early on, and you're going to see almost a hybrid-like pack racing until in or around lap 7, where things start to change. Almost like a bullet point, the second it hits lap 20, it is wicked loose and it is dangerous to go ahead and drive, which is going to be very fascinating to see, because for 500 miles, let's say we get a restart in or around lap 25, in or around lap 276. They're going to have to readjust to what they're used to, and by the way, it is a day into night race.
Yes, it is. Another thing to add on when it comes to the track, drivers have talked about it a lot. They've talked about it both with the highest of the high guys in the Cup Series, all the way down to now with the iRacing guys talking about it tonight. There is a bump in 3 and 4. You hit it the wrong way, you're gone. You're going to be up into the wall. You're going to be up into the pack, especially on a restart. So you have to be careful here on top of how much aggression you have to go with the track. And John, they even talked about, depending on the line, your car is going to race differently.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's going to be just open season from inches off the outside retaining wall to all the way down and painting that white line. Chicagoland is expected to give a big show. Now, this is the second time this track has had an e-ticket event. Originally, the Chicagoland 500 ran June 2022 with the idea of showcasing what a next-gen race could look like at this track. Go a year later, the finale for the NR Cup Series was called the Great American iRace because of how great of a race it was. Well, now come late 2024, we go ahead and take a little bit from what was the Cup Series, take a little bit from what was that e-ticket, splice the name together, and you got a lot going for it. But things have changed for this event. The setup, as mentioned, very loose when you get into that long run, but iRacing has had some new updates here. Before, when you look back to the Florida 500, the Alabama 500, you realize there is something interesting about that. You could wreck the car and fix it to near perfection as long as you get every second, every minute done. That changes with the new aero damage that they've added in. If you wreck your car, get it fixed completely, you're still at a disadvantage to anyone else that did not crash.
Well, and again, the leeway now is just razor thin because of that. I mean, we've seen it at different points before in other models, makes, everything like that, but To see it now with the next gen, on top of all the other issues we have, I mean, we'll talk about it in a bit when it comes to when you get just way too much damage in general on your car, you're going to run into the issues at some point of somebody else getting in front of you being slow, and you can't just bump them out of the way, because if you do have any little bit of damage, you're going to fall back through the pack.
Gonna be a lot of fun to see. Now, another thing is we have a quote-unquote DVP now. You guys have seen it since the last NR Night in America. iRacing had an update just last week, Tuesday. If you get quote-unquote too much damage on your car, they're not going to repair it. iRacers have called it the DVP. Now they're starting to say it's a little bit more like how an IndyCar, if you hit the outside wall, they're just not going to attempt to repair it. Your race is done. That is going to be crucial for this event, because unlike from the Tailgate 400, all the other e-tickets we have had up to 32 at least running by the 1 to go mark. That could change tonight, Jarrett, and do we see it?
I think we do. I think we'd see it a little bit when it comes to that. I think attrition is going to be a huge part of this night, with it being 500 miles instead of the last couple being 400-mile races. You're going to see the attrition of guys just getting worn down, falling back through the pack, getting lapped more. You're going to see the attrition of damage as well with that. And all it takes to mess everything up is for you to be in the middle of green flag pit stops, which we very well could be, and for a caution to come out and shuffle the entire field up. Even with wave arounds, all that, you have a bunch of guys who might not be towards the front, and you could have a big one right after a long green flag run. I mean, John, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a huge crash tonight on top of seeing 100, 150 lap green flag run.
And that's going to be dangerous for some, because you mentioned attrition. Doing the same motion consistently for 3.5 hours, you get used to it, but the mental stability really wears in. Remember the California 500 from last year. Now, the only difference is if you get that caution, things do shake on up. Big thing to look at tonight, payouts for this race. For the first time ever in NR Night in America, top 3 payouts will be given for an e-ticket event. The winner will get $100, second will get $50, and third will get $25 due to the donation by Eric W., our huge supporter down in the live chat below. Eric, thank you so much for stepping in. $50 a second, $25 to third. Let's say we get a fuel lottery, which is not out of the question. Does someone roll the dice, because they know now even if they don't win, you could still walk away with something special before Christmas?
Oh yeah, someone's got it. I mean, we saw it in the NR Cup Series. We've seen it in other e-tickets. People will roll the dice. I mean, that's just the way that these guys and these events are. You added money to that, I think you're going to see a lot more people doing that. And so we could have something run the last lap like we saw in the last race we had in the big event here. The top 2 run out of fuel, and it's coasting to the line. Who's coasting faster? That is a realistic proposition.
It is not something uncommon as well. Best part of the night, Jarrett, let's get into it. The picks. Everyone looks forward to the picks. By the way, new icons down in the live chat below with all the Great American 500 drivers. If you're a member of the channel, you can access them throughout the race. Let's start out with it. Who is the underdog in tonight's show?
So this guy, I've seen him in races before, 1.5 miles, and he does fairly well, runs up front, gets into his own problems sometimes. He was a guy who was good in the past. I need to see a little bit more out of him in the present to think of him as a favorite anymore. But Frank DeAngelis.
Oh,
yeah, I think Frank.
Whoa.
I think if Frank stays out of trouble, he can run top 10 tonight.
The From 4 and by Frank DeAngelis. You know, recently in NR Night, at least in the duels, he's been showing a little life. Yeah. But we all know either you like Frank DeAngelis, I'm not going to say love, either you like him or you despise him, including as of recent. That is a bold claim.
He could get the front-mobile up to the top 10.
And you know what? Actually, if you go back to Chicagoland 500, he was up there in contention. Not that bad of an idea, but here's what I think. At least in my eyes, you got to look at the drivers that have been good on the intermediates, that maybe have sprinkled in a couple wins like Frank, but you don't count them as a big show consistently. And I just can't look away from what PBR has been doing at NR Night in America. At least as of recent, Jacob Wilkerson has shown life, but no one talks about that 43 car. 500 miles is going to be a bigger challenge for him. He can do it with the 60-lap races. He can do it with the 50-lap races. That's why it's my underdog. I don't know if he can get it done at 500, but if things go his way, he will be up there ready to roll.
We'll find out for sure. I mean, he's somebody, again, who just has flashes up there or seems like he just needs to break through at some point. Tonight could be that night. For me, going to the Fast 4, I'm looking at fourth at somebody who, I got to say, first off, bad in a great way looking scheme tonight, but been really fast. Abraham Vila in that one. I mean, look at that car. That looks beautiful, and it's going to be running beautifully up front because he has been very fast, very under the radar, I think, speed-wise.
His Busch Chevrolet does look great. And originally, he wasn't even going to run that car. He said, I want to run a Busch scheme. Okay, find a Busch scheme. Sent me that. I said, don't need to say anything back. Abraham Vila's a lot of fun. Won recently in NR Night in America after a long hiatus. And usually it's about timing, right? Can you peak at the right moment around e-ticket time? Some drivers haven't been able to do that. In my opinion, I will say this driver is someone you got to really keep an eye out for. One win on a non-super speedway. Came at Las Vegas in the Xfinity series. And honestly, he is still a super speedway regular to me. I still think he can get it done. He got offended when I said he was a super speedway merchant. He thinks things are different, but he was fast in speed weeks. Give me the tank, baby. Frank Horley in the deuce is going to do some dirty damage tonight. I think he's going to be up there rolling, and as long as the strategy goes his way, he's going to be in top contention to go find victory lane.
I got to say, I think that's a pretty bold pick as well. I mean, you're saying my Frank pick's bold. That's a bold one, but he's shown the speed. He's shown the speed, and tonight he can, I think, silence any of the doubters or those like you were saying he's a super speedway merchant. But for me, going to the top three, I mean, I'm just looking at this guy is always fast. He's always great at the end of races. He is great in attrition races. I have called with you an e-ticket win of him before. Give me William Schmidt. Oh, he's going to be up there.
Schmidt is going to be a lot of fun to see. Hey, that's right. He did win the Ford EcoBoost 400 at Homestead Miami Speedway. Excuse me, the Ford 400 at Homestead Miami Speedway. And the way he did it was interesting. There was wildness. When was the last time we had an intermediate e-ticket where there was wildness? For some, you may think, well, then it's in favor for there not to be wildness. Or for others, maybe saying, oh, we're due. And we are, in my opinion, I think very due, including with this package we have to offer. But if you think back to just last June, and I don't mean 2024, I mean 2023, you know that there's a Burrows in this field, and you know what happened in that race. He put himself in position, and every time we go intermediate racing, AB knows how to get it done. He's going to be a top contender. You can't doubt that. The only thing I doubt is his ability with the next gen. Bold claim, right? Am I saying it right? Am I saying it wrong? Who knows? I know he can get it done in a Gen 6. He's won an e-ticket in a Gen 6. We know he can do it in a Gen 4 in an Xfinity stock car, but I wonder if we get that late race restart, is Anthony Burrows going to be in jeopardy of drivers pouncing and being over aggressive?
He could. I can go get. We'll put a pin in that for a moment. We might be getting back to that later because there's somebody I really want to talk about when it comes to this race. He's been really fast at Chicagoland in particular. We've seen him run for wins here. Braden Movick is somebody we need to look at for sure to win this race.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, strong, yes. Fast, yes. Honestly, thinking out of all the two-time e-ticket champions in this field, himself and others, he probably has the best shot. I would even say he has a better shot than Daniel Mosteller, just because of how he has shown speed on all styles of racetrack. The only thing I fear is what he cannot control. What do I mean by that? Internet issues, being put into a position where cars wreck in front of him. What if there's a mechanical issue on his side? He has had some big issues recently in e-tickets that have kept him out of the top spot. That's why I also have him at number 2. Because you just can't say one if you know what is uncontrollable by this 42 consistently happens. If the thing didn't happen at tailgate where he was forced to leave, if, let's say, the NWP situation doesn't happen, if the Alabama situation doesn't happen, Indiana, he probably should have won the Indiana 500, but the way the draft work was not put in position, I think he is going to be strong. But what do we not know that will happen with Braden Movick tonight? That's my worry.
What we don't know is who I think is most in line to possibly beat him tonight. I said we'd put a pin in it earlier. Let's take that pin out. Anthony Burrows is my pick tonight. I've seen him win here. He's been really, really good at these type of races. I see him being the man to beat tonight.
Burrows is going to be a lot of fun to watch, and no doubt about it. But tonight, I just don't think it's going to be a regular e-ticket. Things leading into this have been calm, and when I mean calm, I mean way, way too calm. The tests have been great. We've seen little to no wrecking in the tests. We can look at how the tests have gone and say, wow, this driver's going to be strong. This one's not going to be strong. Matter of fact, instead of a dev diary after this, we're going to be interviewing drivers to just get their understanding, dive into their brain before they go green. I think things are going to change, and it's going to come down to a closer to close this thing out. Fuel mileage race, that's not happening. Long green flag, road to the finish, that's not happening. If Schmitty is in the mode with 15 laps to go, top 4, top 6, that is my pick, and I think that's what's going to happen tonight. William Schmidt knows how to run this next gen at intermediates. He's stolen wins from Wilkerson. He has stolen wins from Muvik. He's stolen wins from Josh Kenyon, Daniel Mosto. He's a bounty hunter at this point. As long as we have a late race restart, with me putting my money on the late race restart, I got to put my money on William Schmidt.
I like that. He's a bounty hunter. He's a mercenary coming out there, just going for the win on that. I could see him. I could see him running up there. I think he's going to be a factor tonight. I don't know necessarily if he's going to win or not, but he will most certainly be a factor.
You know what? Let's go talk to some drivers, because, you know, we were looking in the live chat in the last heats again. Some were saying, man, I wish we could talk to drivers a little bit more before things really get diving in. So let's go with your pick with Anthony Burrows. Burrows, John Ramos, how are you?
I'm great, man. How are you guys?
All right, listen, you're getting ready for this event. You're a one-time e-ticket champion 2022 into the AM Southern 500. You're back on an intermediate, and I'm looking at this live chat. They're speaking to you. They want to know what you think about you becoming another driver at the table of the two-time club.
I mean, that'd be sick if I can, man. It's going to be a long race of attrition tonight. I don't know if I can just keep the car clean. I think hit a good shot, so just have to see what happens.
All right, going to be a lot of fun. If you think Anthony Burrows is going to win, spam 62 in that live chat. Well, Abraham Vila, we mentioned how good that paint scheme was, right, Jarrett? What about Anthony? Oh, excuse me. How about Abraham Vila? Vila, John Ramos, you got a copy?
Yes, sir. I got a copy.
You are a matter of moments away from qualifying, less than 3 minutes before we go trackside. What are you thinking of in this moment?
But right now, I'm trying to make sure the longer run feels good, because I think that's going to be very important in the race. Hopefully, I get a top 10 qualifying spot. I think being up front and get track position matters, because it's going to be hard to pass, to be honest. I think the first 200 laps, I think everybody's going to be learning. Get in the last 134 laps, I think we will understand how the car drives, and gotta send it, you know.
Oh man, you said you gotta send it. Are you expecting long green flag run, short run? What are you thinking?
Oh, I think lap 40 is where the true drivers will show out. I think right now I'm driving on lap 45 on my run, feels a little bit loose. Some people are spinning now lap 20 and 25, so hopefully they can take it easy in the right rear. Hopefully we get long runs and get some pit stops. I think that's going to be really exciting for the fans and the chat back home. And maybe do some pit stops, you know?
All right, going to be a lot of fun to see. Good luck. Muvik, I know you saw those picks. But listen, you want to sit at the head of the table. What is it going to take for you to do that tonight?
It's going to take patience. It's going to take what I believe is going to be my greatest wreck avoidance of all time. And because John, there are gonna be so many self spins in qualifying.
Oh man, so we gotta watch qualifying.
Oh my god, it's wild. People are gonna be wrecking.
Live chat is excited. If you want to see the 42 go to victory, and if you think he's going to win, let us know down there. We're just in or around a minute before we go qualifier, trying to hit as many drivers as possible. Muvik, you're going to be one to watch tonight, no doubt about it. Good luck on that. Who should we hit up? What about Zachary Truel? Oh, we love Zachary Truel. He's so fun to talk to. How about it? Truel, John Ramos, how are you?
What's up, John?
All right, listen.
Doing good.
Here's the deal. 45 seconds before qualifying. You are not known for being a stock car driver, but the viewers love Zachary Truel. Every time we put out the entry list, someone says, yes, Zachary Truel is in there. They know you as the number 28. What can you do to bring some magic just before Christmas?
I think just try and keep out of trouble, keep the car clean, and stay on the lead lap. Don't make any dumb mistakes like speeding or anything like that, and I think we'll be in good shape.
All right. Hey, it's going to be a lot of fun. What do you want to say to those viewers before you go green?
I appreciate each and every one of you coming out to watch this tonight. We're going to put on a good show for you guys. Hope you all enjoy it. You guys are what makes this possible.
Oh my goodness, you couldn't say it any better than that. Guess what? Clock has struck 0 we're headed trackside for qualifying to set the field for the Great American 500. I'm John Ramos alongside Jarrett Lumberg, the Iceberg. Let's get ready to go ahead and do it just one more time. This is where the fun starts, you know?
Yeah.
This is where it gets really exciting, because what we do before this event is really grueling, you know, it's a lot of work, excitement. But when you get into this mode, there's cars on track, there's viewers watching back at home. The overlays look great. Is that snow?
Yeah.
I think that's snow. If I'm not mistaken, that looks like snow. And everyone is ready to see who can do what with what they have to offer. 40 drivers ready to go green flag racing. I want to say hello to all the great viewers back in the chat below. Let everyone know that we're live streaming tonight here on the Idk Player YouTube channel. Currently watching the first one on the track, that is Jacob Wilkerson. Braden Muddick will join in as well as the sun continues to set here from Chicagoland Speedway. He works his way now off turn number 2. Frank Horley in the 2 machine. All right, Jared, they talked about the bumps, the old surface, but qualifying is, in my opinion, very, very important. But it's not the most important thing heading into this race.
It's not the most important thing because you can move around, but at the same time, do you want to have to be stuck going through that pack the whole time? Because we've heard it, like it just snaps just like that on you. So a good qualifying run, I think, maybe not as important as, say, like an Indianapolis, but it's still important enough that you need to start up there, because you get stuck in the back too long, you get lapped.
Right, and it's not going to be a good look for it. There's Brett Bunkari. He is currently on the racetrack. He's making his first ever e-ticket start in NR Night in America. Good news, bad news for some, maybe yes or no, but he's been racing with us for quite some time. A big fan of the Mario games. You can see that he has Daisy on the hood. I almost said Peach, and I knew I was going to get dragged for in the Discord if I said that. Excited to see what Brett Bunkari can do. Doesn't Doug's scheme look a little familiar?
Oh, it's beautiful. See, I saw Jeff Gordon race this scheme back in 2008. Maybe not do that.
They
but
said self-spinning. Oh, and it's back in the wall.
Good looking scheme, though.
Yeah, did you see that Chicagoland?
Yeah, Chicagoland, 2008. I think he had that car, if I'm not mistaken.
That is pretty cool. What's also great about NR Night in America, not just drivers from here. Remember Yaroslav Donskoy, the Indiana 500. That was the Russian driver. What about the Chilean in Andres Varas here with the, I believe that is Walmart on the hood. Yes, it is. It's Christmas fight it up just a little bit. Not one to watch tonight. Let's be 100% transparent. But if things go his way, attrition plays in and he's still there, a top 20 is a big day for this small team.
Yeah, and you know what? Walmart, that's a worldwide brand too. So we'll know him anywhere with that car.
I'm excited to see what James Thurston could do. Now, he is racing every e-ticket but one, that being the first, the Dynaco 400. But he's pole right now. And we always get on him. Hey, e-tickets, you don't show up. NR Night, you're always up there.
Look who's second. Frank Horley.
Riker Byram. Oh, my goodness.
Go. Whataburger up to the top 4. Rodriguez takes the pole as we speak with 1:54 remaining.
Okay, well, I would say throw the playbook out. This almost looks like super speedway qualifying. You don't know who's going to go where. Eladam Contreras, he's 13th, at least at this moment. Braden Muddick, the usual suspect, up there looking to lead the field of green. Christian Delgado, who is that possibly on the hood?
Is that Sabrina Carpenter?
Wouldn't be surprised.
Hey, I'll tell you,
Sabrina Carpenter fan.
I'll tell you what, my fiance is a big Sabrina Carpenter fan, so by proxy, I guess I listen to her a lot.
Oh, yes, indeed. Now, Chase Kroll has an interesting scheme as well. This is the DieGuard 88. What's really cool about this, and we'll get into it later, he has family ties to that entire team. Once we get a long green flag run, we'll make sure to hone in on Chase Kroll for just a matter of moments. Xander McKinney, always fun to see him racing around that 66. You know why he drives the 66? Thor Sport, just down the road from where he leaves.
How about that? See, a lot of connections in this race with a lot of different people. And you're looking at the side here, and the Fast Four Schmidt up there in the 4th spot. Not too much change at the top of the board, but I don't know, has he went out yet or not? I don't see Daniel Masteller out in the front.
Not yet. We're hearing Joe is not going to qualify. Nathan Lyons is subbing in for Gavin Austin, who has fallen into a serious illness. We know there's a virus currently spreading out west. He got it, so we keep Gavin Austin in mind.
Best
and
wishes.
Hopefully can, you know, recover very quickly. We're looking for Mosteller up and down the board. Top 20s currently on the left side of your screen. All 40 drivers have joined on in. 33rd, it's going to be a hike for the 9 tonight.
Wow. And look at that car for Kenny Real. If a lot of people don't know this, it's kind of based off of what originally the 3 car was going to be. Originally, the 3 car for Dale Earnhardt was supposed to be a blue car, but RCR had a half and half painted car, black on one side, blue on the other, and we ended up getting the Intimidators, Darth Vader looking black number 3 out of it. But I like that. I like the little alternate history.
It looks pretty cool. Sun setting from Chicagoland day into night, and your field has been set. 40 drivers ready to take the green flag for the 25th e-ticket. I gotta ask the viewers down in the chat below, do you want a video on the best e-tickets, top 25 from the least loved to the most loved? You know what? We can almost NFL Films it a little bit. Get some drivers in there and hear what they think. Jarrett, just out of curiosity, what is your favorite e-ticket event?
It might have to be the 2023 Florida 500 or the 2023 NWP 400. Those ones just were above and beyond. They were from working behind the scenes for them all the way. It was absolutely amazing. Real quick, just to give a quick score update for any of those wanting to know, Notre Dame leads Indiana 7-0 right now.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see. A great sports weekend as well. Sim racing coming to a close for the 2024 season, and we get ready to settle in to see who goes where. Let's do it. Let's go ahead and hit you with the starting lineup for tonight's Great American 500. Row 1, Braden Movick and Yahir Rodriguez look to go ahead and do some damage.
Row 2, we got Anthony Burrows and James Thurston. Very strong row with a lot to prove.
Row number 3, bring it on. William Schmidt and Frank Horley, the deuce, with Schmitty looking to upset this field.
Row 4, we got River Page and Contreras in that 4th row. Nice looking 18 car this week.
Very good looking indeed. Michael Gregory and Sean Conklin be row number 5 PBR ready to do it dirty with their Toyotas.
Well, we mentioned him in qualifying. Riker Byram with a great top 12 starting spot. Abraham Vila, not too far to go to the front tonight.
Row 7, bring on Carlos Truther, former pole sitter for an e-ticket event with Adam Garza.
Row 8, Barbagallo and Drew Jua side by side. Drew Jua probably needing a little redemption after the last e-ticket event.
Row number 9, Dean Brummett, the 2023 NWP 400 winner. With everyone's favorite underdog, it's Josh Lilly.
And rounding out the top 20, Vijay Kumar and Jacob Wilkerson round out the top half of the field.
It's going to be fun to see who's just behind. Christian Delgado is going to be singing all night long with Douglas Dubing with that brand new scheme.
In row 12, we got Lane Sanders and James Bomar, 2 regulars of NR, having to make up a little ground tonight.
Row number 13, Frank DeAngelis has some things to do with Zachary Truel driving the number 28.
Going to row 14, Jason Beckman and Cody Meadows make up that row. Probably an overlooked row, if I had to say.
Row 15, Nathan Lyons stepping in once again for Gavin Austin due to sickness, and Michael Mitchum with a Sour Patch 38.
Heading to the last couple rows of this field, Chase Crawl in that Dyguard 88 and Dylan Basin in the 11.
Row 17, Josh Kenyon, the driver from New York, going to be toe-to-toe with Daniel Mosteller. Once again, a lot of time to make up for that 9.
Row 18, we got Xander McKinney, and we talked about earlier, Kenny Real in that blue number 3 GM Goodwrench Chevrolet.
Row 19, Brett Puncari making his first ever e-ticket start. Been racing with us since 2021 and finally gets it done, but he's going to be with Jumpman and Max Steinmeier.
And rounding out the field, Joseph Armstrong and Andres Veras make up that final row.
Joe, starting from the rear, talked with him. He said, that's a strategy call. We want to stay back here, see what we can go ahead and do. Next time by, we will see the one to go. Let's go ahead and give you the quick track facts about Chicagoland Speedway. 1.52 miles, 18 degrees of banking, not progressively banked. We have 500 miles on display tonight for 334 laps. day and a night race. That fuel window, 50 to 60 laps. Remember, drivers say they start struggling in or around lap 20 on a run. That means 30 laps of hang on.
Now, they did say they can make it as far as maybe 61, 62 laps pushing it. You see there the curved back stretch making this track very unique compared to the other mile and a halves.
Lights on, final thoughts.
Let's get going. It's been a while since I've seen a Chicagoland race.
Oh, yeah. Arguably, one of the greatest tracks we go to in our night in America, and you're about to find out why. Going green with the Great American 500. Let's go ahead and say those magical words. God speed drivers. You are go for throttle up. And we'll get the one to go this time by it. Rodriguez has got to be someone to talk about. Great qualifying effort, but can he stay up there?
That's going to be the big question. There's a couple guys up there who are maybe a little questionable about how they usually run in these races. Tonight is a proving ground. We talked about it's a proving ground for who's good at setting up for 2025 e-ticket events. It's also a proving ground, though, against some of the other drivers out there. So I'm really interested in some of these top 20 guys, seeing how many of them can stay up there before the favorites start moving their way up front.
Lights illuminated around the speedway. If you're just tuning on in, welcome to Joliet, because it's about to get loud and it's about to be proud.
Hey, one more thing on Yair Rodriguez. At least based on the notes we were taking beforehand, there's probably a reason he's putting a little more effort into this race. Hometown driver, Chicago, Illinois native.
All right, let's see what he can do. The notables scattered throughout the field just for the start, but they know 500 miles means it's going to be a long road trip of racing. That pace truck will be making the hard left onto pit road, and for the first time all year, we'll be having a non-super speedway e-ticket event. Mubik's looking for 3. Rodriguez is looking for 1. Burrow's looking for 2, and Thurston says, can I just be the one? Pace truck makes the hard left, and let's go ahead and light the fuse for the 25th e-ticket event. We're green in the Great American 500. Clean start down into 1 and 2. Mubik pulling away already. That wheel-to-wheel up on display for the second position.
Yeah, pulling away early on, but Thurston Rodriguez side by side. Top 3 getting away, but 3 and 4 wide throughout the pack.
And they were not waiting. Look at Adam Garza. Look at Michael Gregory. Right up through the middle with Abraham Vila forced on the flag.
Garza, another one, Chicago native in that 8 car, but up front, top 3 or 4, trying to just even it out, get away from that pack. Still solid racing on the high side. William Schmidt in 5th, looking for more.
Oh man, he's already moving. We said he's the closer, but Daybreak shows that he wants to be up there, currently in the 5th spot. River Page back to 6th, but mostly the inside lane in play. Some just peeking that maybe half an inch off the outside retaining wall.
See a battle for the 10th spot between Garza as well as Riker. Byron Contreras also underneath Conklin, but other than that, the rest of the guys up front, they're just trying to play it easy. Thurston looking for the lead behind Mubik.
These two absolutely despise each other. I can say that very well with what we've heard with the banter back and forth. Thurston wants to get his first, Mubik wants to get his third, and Mubik always says Thurston is never there on e-tickets. Early on, he's saying, hello, I'm here. Look at the swipe back to the bottom.
Shut the door, goes down to the bottom, takes the lead at the line. Thurston with a nose heading into 1. Looks like he's got it.
He's got him, but can Mubik get back on the inside? Not going to happen. He's going to say, let him lead early. First lead change of the race comes at lap 4. It's James Thurston in Ford, Mubik in Chevrolet, Yair Rodriguez. He's going to have company soon. That comes in Frank Orley.
Well, and right around this part is where we got to watch in the back. Spin, 2 cars up into the wall through 3 and 4.
And it may have been Jason Beckman. We're looking, seeing. Yes, it was. Hard into the outside wall. And it will bring the caution out for the first time.
Yeah, you can see it. This is around the time we heard there's going to be that first change in how the cars drive, whether it was going to be them breaking loose really quick. They were tight early on, they were talking about, but that first car to break loose, and immediately 2 cars were damaged.
Second e-ticket in a row, a caution before lap 5 after a historic run of at least going around 30 laps without an issue. Zachary Trull has damage. Andres Vadas, we know he had a drop back. There's Brett Bunkari, Frank DeAngelo, I don't see much on him. It really was an incident that started pretty well deep in the field.
Yeah, you could just see it barely in the shot in the back of the field, but you just saw him sort of lazily starting to spin, and then once that baby got sideways, it was around.
Let's go check out what exactly happened. And we just saw the end of it. Beckman, Delgado. Let's see if we can just grab back a little bit further.
There he is in the middle, right there in that yellow car. So he's right in the middle of his pack. I wonder if there was contact.
Michael Mitchum. Now, the question is, I didn't get to fully diagnose it. Did Beckman come down? Did Mitchum come up?
See, it looked weird because originally it almost looked like he just went around on his own. Nowhere to go. Dang.
And that's borderline. You know, you could get a caution for that. You could not get a caution for that.
It's early, though.
But it is very, very early. These guys just really weren't given too much room. You can even see Dylan Basin up to the outside, wanting to get around this pack. I think Mitchum came up.
There's no way really to tell from that angle, though. Oh, yeah, there you go. Delgado was in it in the 13.
Let's try it once more. You're going to watch the Sour Patch Ford. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he went up.
A dart.
That was pretty easy at that angle.
The question will now be, can these drivers continue? One of the worries was, will this be a race where it becomes a little bit more of attrition, but for Jason Beckman, the driver, who will actually be going to Irwindale's last race, already in jeopardy. Mulvick versus Thurston, if this race is remembered for these two rivals going at it, I'm going to be really excited for what's to come.
Well, in order to have them go at it, especially towards the end, they got to make it there. And we saw early on a little give and take between them. Again, long way to go. But there was a lot of aggression at that start. A lot of guys trying to make up spots early on when everyone would be all bunched up close together. So, you know, it's too early to tell what kind of event this will be, John, but I'm just saying that there's a very real possibility it could get more wild than just a back-of-the-pack spin and crash.
You saw Riker Byram in or around that 10-13 area. We're starting to at least see early on these supercells, should we say, that form up. It's coming around that 7th, 8th, 9th, all the way back to 20th. And it's where drivers are 3 wide. You have some that are saying, hey, calm down a little bit. Some come forward. You may be saying, why is it that way? I think it's just the nature of this package. It's going to produce a lot, and I mean a lot of side-by-side racing, where some of the drivers that say 500 miles takes some time.
Yeah.
Not a problem. Others, they get that energy. It's an e-ticket event. They get it all built up into them. They want to go out there and show what they have. And we're starting to see that big mixture, at least through the center of the pack, from what we saw in the first 8 laps.
It's long runs are going to win this night. They're the runs that are going to separate who stays on the lead lap, who falls laps down, who ends up having issues on pit road. When we get to long runs, that's what you have to excel at. So making it there, that's imperative right now.
All right, we're hearing Michael Mitchum, L1 penalty. He'll drop to the tail end of the longest line. They said it's mainly a racing incident. They don't want to go out there and start really hammering home because we want to keep the racing pure. But just a, hey, reminder, keep an eye on your car and let's not put anyone else at risk. Report on who may be at jeopardy of already being out of this race. None. But Christian Delgado will start 1 lap down. Thurston and Mulvick lead us to green, back underway in the Great American 500.
Huge restart from that Ford. We saw it early on, too, with Mulvick. The leader has a huge advantage so far tonight. I mean, Mulvick almost to 3rd position on the high side. Exiting 2, they're going to be side by side.
Ooh, Michael Gregory loose off turn 2. One of the big talking points. Your car will be tight, and if you yank it too hard, you're going to lose that rear, and he's going to get swallowed up quickly.
Yeah, these restarts, you can go 3-4 wide. There's a little contact there behind him, but you will get swallowed up. You will lose probably 5, 6, 7 positions in one corner.
People like to call it dirty air. I'm going to call it turbulent air, almost like when you're in a plane going through turbulence, because we just saw what happened there with Jacob Wilkerson. He was riding fine. A Couple airflows coming through on both ends. Boom. Tighten the car up to the center of the corner. That's where the trouble spot is when they're stuck 3 or 4 wide. Something to keep an eye on. If we're watching the leaders, keep an eye at the corner of the screen.
Yes, and then you see it already trying different lines. No real preferred line at this track. 3 wide there at just around 20th position. And you can, again, you can use the high side. You're going to rub off your tires too much. You can use the low side or right in the middle.
Man, look at James Bomar. Loving that outside. I don't think I've seen him on the bottom just yet. He's going to find his way around Cody Meadows. Meadows making his first e-ticket start as well. The middle of the pack, guys, I want to watch very, very closely because I don't think we'll truly see their speed until they single file out.
We won't, but there's somebody else I do also want to look at too. He's up towards the front. Not really somebody that we've seen too much of at the front of these. But Frank Horley right now in that 4th spot, going for 3rd underneath that 16 machine, and he's looking strong early on.
He is tired of being called a super speedway merchant. Some own up to it, others not so much, and he's one of them. You can see him down on that inside lane. Now back single file there with William Schmidt. Yahir Rodriguez holding his own. Oh, just gets in the door and puts Yahir up into the outside wall.
All 3 of them hit together at one different point up at the high side. River Page trying to make a move on them. And again, you don't know just how much damage just yet is going to make a difference, so you don't want to have it this early.
No, you do not. Talked about that aero damage update, and that's a huge chunk.
Oh,
look at him.
You
just
can
making sure.
You can see the right front of that machine just looks a little bit off, a little bit crinkled up, and that is going to give him a lot of issues tonight.
River Page seeing the wounded 16, saying thank you very much. I love the fast 4, but everyone else really got clogged up on the outside. There's Adam Garza now shoving the 16 to 1.
Yeah, because he had nowhere to go. That 16 got really tight off turn 4, and you're seeing the 8 pay the price for it. Up towards the wall again. He's really slow. They're going to slow him up again.
Now there's Sean Conklin. See speeds already upwards of 190 miles per hour. And this isn't even their top speed. They've already put a number of laps on this worn-out surface. You could see a 195 easily when that sun sets. Oh, Wilkerson down and into the grass off turn 4.
He's out of the way, it looks like. Is that Kenyon involved?
It very much is. Josh Kenyon in there. They don't hit anything else off the racing surface. Esports code says we stay green. But did you just see that for a matter of moments? All that grass being kicked up onto the track. A part of iRacing's new update. They now implement an area where if you go through any grass or into any dirt, the particles can kick up onto the racetrack. And we've seen before when you have dirt and grime that's not hot asphalt, well, you can make these little slippery. I don't think it got down to the bottom of turn 1.
I did get a little bit on turn 1, so we'll see. It looks like it's good so far through the corner. They're very racy early on.
And Yahir Rodriguez is really struggling. Here's Josh Lilly in Red Bull to the outside. Riker Byram still in the 12th position. And Nathan Lyons, talking about a late call and doing well. He said I was up till 4 a.m. last night trying to figure out this setup because it's vastly different than the iRacing fixed setup that is provided to him. Lyons stepping in, 1 win in NR Night this year. It came from Martinsville. He won by 9 seconds over Joseph Armstrong and Braden Mother.
Oh man, that 16 is loose. Just got on the apron a little bit. He is falling like a rock right now through this field. Already back to the 11th spot, holding up everybody behind him. Just watch the way this car drives through the corner compared to some of these better handling ones. Maybe not that much better.
Oh my goodness, what a save. Talk about timing. Well, he's going to lose a couple spots as well, and Joseph Armstrong is just silently walking through this field like it's in a hallway, starting to find out who makes mistakes, takes advantage. Him and Dylan Basin are almost on that same strategy right now, which is fun to hear about because we know they're going to be up there late.
Yes, they will be. But, you know, up front, we're seeing this scrum here. Top 2, Thirst and Muvik have pulled away. It is looking like an early on battle between the 2 heated enemies. You see another dive down to the bottom. 2-3 wide racing still through this pack. The aggression is up. Meadows had his nose nearly cut off, and he's going to go up the racetrack a little bit. Gets loose. Is he going to save it? He does.
Man, I'm just loving what I see here. Loose race cars, tire wear. Why is this 500 miles? Should have been 600, and here comes Mose.
Demos 3 wide on the bottom, makes up the spot. Welcome to the top 20, Mosteller. He's right underneath Truther.
3 wide again. Here comes Dylan Mason. I say this a lot. I'll say it again. It's like the New York Stock Exchange at 9:30 in the morning. You buy, you sell, you hold. You maybe try to change something up and see what works to the end of the day. And for some of these drivers, nothing but passes left and right.
And pray to God you don't get burned. And right now we're seeing them getting a lot closer together. They are making a lot of just minimal contact through these corners. See it again right there because you get a little tight off the corner, but at some point you're going to start snapping loose, and that's where we're going to see a lot of attrition come into play.
Well, it's always fun to watch what's going on in the middle, but what about up front? Here's Mubik, James Thurston dead ahead of him, lap for lap. Let's take a peek at it. Consistently around 17 to 19 in the 60s, and then quickly, look at this, lap 20.
And look where he's at now, 2/10. He's got that bottom hooked up, and that McDonald's Vice machine is coming to the front, and it is getting up there fast.
You know what's great about commentating, Jarrett? When the drivers give you more to talk about than maybe you can say in a matter of moments. Thurston is known for chewing up tires early, and Mubik quickly figured it out. Jumps to the inside as Thurston goes wide, and Braden Mubik will retake the lead in the Great American 500.
So we got our short run guys, we got our long run guys. Look behind though, Garza in that 8-car hometown hero is putting on a show. He's got Bomar all over his rear bumper, but up into the podium this early. Great run so far.
And I think Bomar had to jump on the brakes just for a matter of moments so he didn't turn the Chevrolet in front of him. PBR teammates, PBR's been on a heck of a run. They're wanting another e-ticket win. Their last driver to go to victory lane in an e-ticket, Michael Gregory, all the way back in 2022 at Daytona.
It has been a long time having that much of a drought and a battle for the lead again. Thurston not wanting to give it up, can't hang on. Mubik with about a 2/10 lead at the line.
And I thought Braden Mubik was going to run away with it. Thurston had just a little more energy to say it's not done yet. But now 3/10, give or take the difference between the top two. It's the Braden Mubik show up front. Garza, Bomar watching him, but how about Sean Conklin?
Look though, look in general what it's done. These guys have all been pretty much caught up to the leaders with that move, and they're still racing all over the place. Man, Conklin, top 5, but he is making it a show to get there.
He's doing a great job of it. William Schmidt as well. This is all happening with daylight. We haven't seen the night version of this race yet. So what else do we need to talk about that we don't know about? I think that's what makes it so exciting and why you want to watch every single lap of the Great American 500. Joseph Armstrong, oh my goodness, he's been on a move River Page into the outside wall.
And you saw it. He tried, he fishtailed it just a little bit, and that's what got him up there into the wall, and you're going to see a lot more of that. They're just going to get looser and looser. You're going to have to not drive the car as hard.
From last to 10th, Dylan Basin from 33rd up to now the 7th position. These boys have been on a roll, just getting right at it in the first 26 laps.
You know what that probably is the difference of is tires. You had guys pitting early on. You got Schmidt up into the wall a little bit. But you're seeing a lot of these guys that pit early on, they get to make up that track position because of it.
Basin up in lane 2. Next stop for him will be Frank Corley. William Schmidt, Josh Lilly. Lilly's just hanging on right here. He knows he wants to pass Schmidt, but he also knows the 92 wants to pass them both.
And look at the different lines that these guys are running. I mean, that's going to be the difference all night long. And up front, only a half-second back, look at Garza up to the 2nd spot. Telling you, again, we need to follow this hometown driver, and you can tell how much this means to him. He is running better than I think I've seen him run at a non-super speedway in a long time.
Hearing reports, Moss Steller, Lane Sanders got into it, and look at the time the 9 has lost. He's back to 38th.
Just, it has been a difficult year. It's been up and down for Mosteller all year. I'd say even since the last 2 e-tickets of 2023. And, man, you're just, at this point, looking for a change. But Garza, he's looking for a change of the lead.
Oh, yeah, and he is there quickly to the Braden Mubik machine. I didn't have Garza on my list mainly because I didn't see Magic out of Speed Weeks. But if you're going to be the hometown kid, you must show up and show out. Jumps wayside for the lead.
Look at that inverted 8-car up at the high side of the racetrack. Dale Jr. would be proud as he's going to go to the lead out of 2.
Bingo, checkmate, and say goodnight for now. Here's James Bomar there as well. Movic, who locked in the first couple of laps, at jeopardy of even losing the top 3.
And it's a loose 20 car. That Sprite machine has to give way to the 42 for now, but you're seeing the pack, again, swallowing up these guys that burn off their tires early on in the run.
What an opening 30 laps, and might as well take the elevator ride up to the outside lane because Horley and Basin will join in as well.
Oh, so close. You're hearing guys scraping that outside wall, and that 8 car is pulling away.
Bomar, P3 in the middle. Sean Conklin now up to P4. James Thurston, who led a portion of this race, just praying that it doesn't get turned underneath him. He's 3 wide with Basin and Horley.
And this is part of a top 10 breakaway away from the field all the way back to Contreras in that 18. Up at the high side again, Bomar just trying what he can to be in the Larson line. Loose again for Thurston, nowhere really to go. 3 wide again.
Come on, William Smith. He wants to buy in.
Oh, and he's buying in down on the bottom. He's going to probably clear the 4 if the 4 can hang on. Up in front of him, though, contact between Armstrong and Horley.
Everyone else trying to single file out just deeper in the field. You can see how spread out they are. But man, oh man, have things changed. Movic now 3 wide. That's Bomar in the middle and Conklin on the bottom.
Oh, and that extra car is extra loose. He's into Movic, and Movic's around. Big crash in the front of the field.
Dylan Basin is in it. William Schmidt got a piece of it as well. And this is going to be jeopardized for multiple big contenders on lap 32.
That is huge for the night. Movic is one of the favorites, but just nowhere to go on that one. He's making his way back up. He is not happy.
And what is he going to do, and who is he going to point at?
I think he might be cooling off right now. He's stopped his push up to the front, but that car, that's a car that looks like a bunch of soggy fries.
What did I say in pre-race?
Yep.
What will happen that he can't control? And this just looks like one of them.
Yeah, and with the new way that damage is so big and prevalent in these machines, I mean, so it looked like starts early on here. Watch the 54 gets loose out of the corner, and that's kind of what gets the whole pack squirreled up behind him here.
And James Bomar comes right across.
That netcode a little bit?
Was that netcode? Hold on. Hold the phone. Joseph Armstrong, Dylan Basin, Braden Movic, the big talking points heading into this race, all getting some type of damage. And now does this even it out for other drivers that may just be at a skill disadvantage to those drivers?
It might, John, you know, I like to compare like a lot of different cup races to the races that we call on here. And you know what this is giving me? Not the same track, but the same kind of vibes of 2012 Bristol night race started where, a favor here get taken out, little problem here, tempers would flare a little bit. And as the night went on, you started seeing more and more of this, and that's kind of the environment we're getting right now. But let's see, because again, it's at 54 down on the bottom, that being of Conklin, and he did get loose and then have to chase it up the track. But it looked like when they made contact, it looked like it was almost a netcode contact.
It's interesting because I'm looking at the admin chat. I just want to point out they are very much keeping an eye on Conklin because they believe there would have been contact to begin with. Now, the big question is, let's say there was no netcode and they would have made contact. Would it still been a big hit? I think there would have hit no matter what.
Yeah, but the 42 had the run out, so it might not have been as prevalent of a hit either. It's not for me to decide, but I'll say that it's unfortunate for that 42.
Oh, Basin got a bigger hit, and so did Joe. When you see it from that angle, it looks a whole lot worse. And they're calling Sean Conklin L1.
Look at the change in the front of the field from that. Like, just a whole new set of characters up there.
I'm going to say it right now. I think we've seen more changes in the first 35 laps of this race than most e-tickets probably combined in some areas. What a first opening segment, and we still have 300, give or take, laps to go.
Yeah, I mean, with just under 300 to go, You're already having these issues when the sun goes down, and well, you better pray it's not a full moon tonight if you're a driver, because there's already some crazy stuff afoot.
Well, if you do love this race, you love this e-ticket, give a drop a like on the live stream and support us by subscribing to the Idk Player YouTube channel. Once again, we do have payouts for the top 3. It's so glad that you guys are enjoying your beautiful Friday evening with us here on YouTube. iRacing putting on 25 great e-ticket events with us. The Great American 500, living up to the great part, at least for the first 35 laps. We don't know what's going to change once that night comes. Adam Garza trying to do what some have very few have done before. Win an e-ticket at your home track. He's green.
Battle of the beer cars up front. This battle goes to Budweiser. 3 wide. Lions taking them to the bottom. Thurston looking to the high side to make it 4 wide. Not going to do it.
Oh, had to bail out of the throttle. Almost bit off more than he can chew. Lions underneath the 79 of William Schmidt. Everyone in a frenzy to take a spot.
They're all in a frenzy behind Garza. Schmidt, though, looks to plead a little bit clear. Loose is the name of the game, and we see it all through this pack.
Man, oh man, are they just getting at it. Look at him down the flat. Look at Josh Lilly.
Man, you're just seeing how close together they are. And Lions, he is on the hunt right now. He's trying to make his way up to the front. Lilly is same way. Thurston now finally, he was clear, not anymore. He's going to go underneath Lions for the 3rd spot.
There's just so much to look at. You got 3 wide for 6. You got 3 wide for what looks to be 11th. And Drew Jua's got a hand in this ring as well.
It's almost sensory overload at the front of this field. And you're seeing nearly 3 wide again, side by side for Bomar and Horley underneath the Miller Lite Sky Deck in 1. And man, what a run he gets. 20 gets the 5th spot.
All right, let's look at this top 5. Adam Garza, William Schmidt, James Thurston, Nathan Lyons, and James Bomar. What's interesting about this? Lyons, the sub, has quickly become a hot contender. You got James Bomar, who's been in or around this group, but William Schmidt, I don't think he's been aggressive. I just think he's where he is because of the outcome of this race.
Few to point out, battle for the 10th spot. Dean Brummett currently running 10th in that Jack 07, and up into the top 20 again, Braden Movick.
And I want to talk about Dean. Last time he won an e-ticket event, it was the Jack Daniels 07. He is one of the father figures in this field. When he won the NWP 400, he took that money and said, hey, I have a kid on the way. Let's go ahead and quickly help fund that process. Well, he always joins in the e-tickets, always fun to talk to, always giving us updates. He says that his kid watches these e-tickets like they're watching a cup race on Sunday. So do the Brummett family back at home. Let's see if Dean can get number 2.
Dad's doing well up in the 9th spot right now. Up front, battle for the lead, Thurston and Garza. Not really a contest entering 3. It's going to be that 4 car.
James Thurston, top of the board once more. This time would like to pull away from the Garza and Bomar machines. He comes down the flat, but he has to keep in mind what happened with him and Braden Movick. He still struggles to save tires. How does this impact his car for the longevity?
We're going to see, because some of these guys didn't look like they've hit so far, or at least has different tire strategies, whatever it may be. And you're seeing nobody's getting away.
Now, they have quickly single-filed, unlike the last restart where there was a lot of aggressive moves for position. They have now mostly calmed down, but we can kind of get a gauge when they're going to start using that outside lane a little bit more. I would say nearly 20 laps into a run. So inside lane for now, yes. Outside is going to be big on that long green flag run. Remember what the drivers mentioned? Every single lane is up for grabs. But I think after 2 cautions early on, it's time to settle in and calm down.
I don't know. It looks like Bomar wants to go if he can get that run. Garza right to the back bumper of that 4 Ford, and he's looking to the high side. It's going to open the door for the 20.
Maybe not. I think Adam Garza wants that race lead. Gets a helping hand from the James Bomar machine. Now toe-to-toe for the race lead heading to turn 1.
And that Budweiser machine can't get it done just yet. In the middle goes Bomar. They're going to be 3 wide to the back.
Oh, not a lot of room.
Made it work.
Thurston gave him a shove. Bomar takes second. Bomar wants to lead, and Thurston's still not done on the inside.
He wants it. He has got it. Sprite Christmas up front, and it's a battle of the 8 and the 4 still now for second.
And who's lurking? There's William Schmidt. Oh, Thurston a little loose to the tri-oval. He's not going to have the hand. He wants to turn one. But oh boy, is William Schmidt there, and he's willing to make this a 4-car race.
He's willing, and he is participating, pushing that number 8 car. Thurston kind of stuck with a freight train going past him.
Schmidt going wide. Horley in the middle. Now with Nathan Lyons just behind. Dean Brummett, he's toe-to-toe, I believe that is with, yes indeed, the River Page 26. But now everyone chases Toyota. Comers and goers, lead changes early on. This is racing at Chicagoland.
And it's chill right now. I think a lot of people just biding their time, trying to make up a few laps as we go. But again, you just can't get away. Look at Beaumont. He's only maybe a 10th and a half ahead of that 8 car, and it's just a conga line behind him.
Yeah, the track temp is starting to cool down just a little. You're already starting to see the speeds amp up just a little more. The fastest lap times we have seen have been around a 37, a 38 for most of the drivers up front. They're dropping down now a 31-1. Yeah, fastest laps were on that restart as well. So the lap time fall off is very much there. And I think that's why we've seen the product we have.
Yeah, beautiful product under a beautiful Joliet sunset, and Thurston looking to the high side again, trying to make some kind of move. Schmidt's going to be underneath him out. Got a nose.
Oh, man, just probably a slight contact, too. Thurston, he'll have the edge to turn 1. Back to the race lead. Bomar underneath. Should we say Garza underneath? James Bomar. Underdogs are here, and they're here to stay. Look at Dean Brummett.
Dean Brummett making his way up. Going to get the 6th spot from Nathan Lyons. Looking for more. A top 5 run for Dean Brummett this far into a non-super speedway. He's showing out tonight.
Oh, yes, he is. Here's Drew Jua. Here's Josh Lee. They're now single filed out. Michael Mitchum, after the incident earlier, is now up to the 11th position. Looking a little bit farther back, here's Max Steinmeier. Riker Byram, has he left this area, this bubble? Yeah, just a little. He dropped back to 20th, but he's loved sitting in this 14th, 15th position area.
He's just keeping it clean, and that's all he needs to do. That's all he needs to do is just survive up front. Garza surviving with the lead. He's thriving with the lead. And it's just this huge scrum of cars, all different lines, all racing for different positions, and you keep hearing them just scraping against the wall.
Now, think about these next gens. They are sturdy. As long as it's not a hard thud that maybe breaks a toe link or bends the suspension arms, they will be good to go. The only thing is, you do that a couple too much, you worry what it could break and not hurt cosmetic.
Oh, and you saw that 79 loose. That bottom is treacherous if you can't make up the spot down low, way to the bottom. Horley willing to go on those treacherous lanes.
Frank Horley's a man on a mission. He wants his second e-ticket win. He won the first ever one, the Dynaco 400. But he also, once again, is trying to prove a point. I don't want to be known as just a super speedway driver when I know I have the speed and I know I have the skill to win on anything you throw at. Here's Dean Brummett 3 wide.
And that's not just for the 5th spot. He's going to try and get to the fast 4 side by side with William Schmidt. That Jack and Coke car is going for more, going to the front.
Oh man, oh man. This is racing on a December Friday night. Schmidt's going to let him go just barely, and Brummett's up the 4th.
Oh, it wasn't a scrape against the wall that time. It was a scrape against cars. Up front, top 3 now have a lot of company behind them. Bomar looking low, trying to get the lead from Garza again. 8 car going to keep it.
All right, we're going to look at the drivers that were involved in that incident. Where are they now? Mummick is back to 18th. Joseph Armstrong is back to 20th. Looking up and down the totem pole to see maybe where we can find a Dylan Basin, because he was also involved in that scrum. And if I'm not mistaken, Basin may, well, he's driving the number 11, but he's definitely looking to be outside that top 10, just in or around maybe the top 20. Kenny Reel back to 19th. Braden Mummick hanging out with us in the 18th position. There's Dylan Basin, 21st. So the drivers that were involved are kind of in that ballpark range of where some of them were at one point. But for Braden Mummick, this is the first time all day he's been anything really lower than 15th.
Yeah, but somebody who is definitely not going to be that low right now. Dean Brummett, 3rd position up there. Garza holding steady with the lead. Bomar holding steady with 2nd. 07 car looking to get by both of them.
Bomar P2, I don't think that's going to be for long because Brummett says, I'm going to the inside and I'm taking that spot. Can he do it again? Everyone in the chat below has got to be asking themselves that question.
At 5 and 5th, Drew Jua is making his way up the field. So is River Page.
Remember how Drew Jua lost? I don't think you could get any closer in losing an e-ticket. Well, Akaboazy and Caden Rush a couple months later said, we get a little closer than that. But Drew Jua got insanely close in the 4 to 500. He's in the outside wall.
No crash, nothing else. They keep it all together. 5 cars under a blanket going for the 5th position. And they're going to go at it again. Loose as Lions, as is the rest. 4 wide up front, 3 wide out of 4.
Michael Mitchum up the gut. Thank you very much. He gets 1, 2, 3 and finds himself in the top 5.
And 3 wide up towards the front as well for 2nd. Bomar and Thurston going at it. Brummett now back to 4th. There is just shuffling everywhere in this field.
Look at Bomar at the switchback. That's for P2. The escalator ride up to the outside wall, mere inches with the right front. And he's going to take that 2nd position for now because Thurston says what you can do in 1 and 2, I can do in 3 and 4.
And you see that angle that we show you at that camera angle where the bottom car goes right up and then has to stop. And that's the benefit of being on the high side. Bomar again going at it now. He's going to be right up next to the wall trying to get a huge run into that curve back straightaway.
But don't look now, but Brummett's also there peeking. Won't get the run off turn 2. Now not a factor for it. But Michael Mitchum, man, oh man. Now here's the thing about Mitchum. He's a young driver. A little cocky, sometimes a little careless with the racing. You saw earlier in the mistakes. When you're a young driver, you're open to mistakes where things go wrong for you. But we always say, if you're going to have something go wrong, it better be early. And for Michael Mitchum, quickly learn from it. From 40th, now up to 5th.
Yeah, but he's got to go after Horley, who's up in that blue car. Blues brother, he's on a mission from God on the high side for the top 5.
Oh, yes, indeed. First retiree of the race, Andres Varas, was involved in that incident very early on, and it looks like he was not able to go ahead and repair it after the first caution. So, 39 drivers left racing for the miles we have left. Battle for 2nd. That's 3 wide.
3 wide and handsome. All of them are high, wide, and handsome. And looking on the bottom, Brummett again, not letting it go. Bomar isn't either. And you're just seeing the entire pack run them all down. Meadows up in the 7th spot.
Cody Meadows, P7. His first e-ticket attempt on an intermediate, might I add. Oh, James Bomar, what a save through 3 and 4.
Jeez.
We may need to watch back on that one. Didn't get the full story on it. Man, oh man, he was just dead sideways. Let's watch again. This is coming down off turns 1 and 2. Originally, looked to be good to go. Did he have contact with the James Thurston 4? Oh, he's through the center. No, he just lost it.
And we're going to see that all night long.
Just that snapping loose. And where is he falling back? Let's try 11th. Wow.
What a difference it can make. And again, we got to battle the beers up front. That 2 car, it's going to be Bud versus Miller.
James Bomar getting 5 laps in and quickly outside the top 10. Garza has an okay lead for now, but we've seen it fall away. This is really reminding me of old Atlanta, where you can get a 2-3 second lead, but in our case, maybe just a couple tenths in a second and a half, but then quickly lose it if you go run and get a snack real quick, and you come back and you say, what just happened to the likes of a James Bomar, a Braden Movick, a Dean Brummett now in this case? Where did those guys go? Everything changes so quick because of the nature of this track.
You just got to take it easy at different points. Save your stuff. And that's an art that this kind of track really helps produce.
Calming down, Nathan Lyons, Dean Brummett. That's toe-to-toe now. Drew Jua up the 6. Now, he has not been on a high since the Florida 500. He has been hyped up, well, indeed. But Talladega didn't show much. Indiana didn't show much in qualifying. NWP, not really what we wanted to talk about with Drew Jua, and we all know what happened at the Tailgate 400 and all the things that went down with it. This is an opportunity to start the year out strong and also end the year off strong, currently in the 6th position.
As you can see how loose a lot of these guys are exiting the corner on the high side. And you're seeing a lot of comers and goers. Cody Meadows up in the 4th spot next to Mitchum. Top 5 runs for all of them. And look at Look at Steinmeier in that number 9.
Yes,
or in the 9th spot, I should say.
How about a Jumpman 23 put on a show? He has worked his way forward as well. What is changing? Here's Brummett, Carlos Truther. Now, we have seen a little blinking out of Carlos Truther, at least as of recent. If the internet continues to be an issue on the 12, he will be black flagged and actually being told to come to pit road to fix it. So the warning is going out as of this moment for Truther and everyone in Team T, because right now the teammate on the 12, that being Frank Orley, just 4/10 off from Adam Garza.
Well, and how about Braden Mubbock? He is back up in that top 15 and 13th position. He's just made his way, or is at least side by side with William Schmidt. But a lot of us, I think, wrote him off for dead after that wreck. But he is making his way back up for the front. Looking pretty strong doing it.
I don't think he's done at all. Now, that wreck was scary, and Twitter has actually blown up about it. What happened? But right now, looking at it, 14th position, was as far back in the 20s at one point. Matter of fact, let's go take a look. Lowest 27th on that restart. So he knows what he's doing. He knows how to make up ground. The only thing is, his game plan clearly was to take charge of this race early on. It is now this trying to get back to the mode. But this is what's great about 500-mile races. Believe it or not, 500 to 400-mile races, huge difference. With 400 miles, you have an incident around lap 65, it would be a 267-lap race. You don't have a lot of time. But with that incident for him coming early, 334 laps to work with, hey, this is not over at all for with that entire team.
No, I mean, funny enough, about 10 laps ago, we were talking about Bomar going for the lead, going 3 wide, doing all that. Now he is in 11th spot, fighting beside the 42, who's taking him 3 wide up the middle.
He's got to be praying for a caution. And what the beauty about Enter Night in America is we don't have stages. We don't award points, cash prizes for finishing with the green and white checkered flag. We start the race on lap 1. We end it on 334, barring any incidents or overtime. What that means is there's no guarantee at a yellow, and you got to strategize for anything. For Bomar, he is pleading for a yellow because it has seriously dropped him back.
When you see that blinking 12 of Truther, he represents the top 10. It is right there for Braden Mubbock to make it by. Bomar, though, not going to give up just, man, they're close together. Wasn't going to give up, but had to give the spot.
Mile-and-a-half racetrack, it's always a game of inches.
Very,
it goes
very
down
much
that way. River Page there in 12th, William Schmidt in 14th. How about Dominic Barbagallo, the gold and white 17? He is 3 wide now with the 7 of Douglas Newbigging.
Looks like Riker Byram had just a slight bit of contact into the outside wall. You're seeing how loose these guys are, though, especially that 79 of Schmidt.
Now, Schmidt is going to be an interesting one. He was just up there racing with the leaders. What I love about this widget, you can see how far they have gone. I think all day we're going to be picking a driver, and you're going to see at one point they were 37th, 32nd, maybe even 28th, and as high as 2nd, the race leader in the top 5.
And you're just seeing, you're hearing it. You can hear the contact in the wall. We saw somebody fly down the racetrack, that being Douglas Newbigging.
And he will come back on the racing surface, now in the 20th position.
That's the first time tonight we watch, and the middle of the field gets wilder. It's the first time tonight that we haven't seen the front of the field go wild.
Now let's go see a replay. Weren't really keeping an eye on Doug. He's back here with Joseph Armstrong. Remember, Joe started very deep in the field, actually call it 40th, being the last driver to take the green, and I believe it was just 2 drivers being involved in an incident where Doug had nowhere to go.
Yeah, and he'd being the innocent bystander up towards the front. We're seeing these guys, they are rim riding right up towards the top of this racetrack. Kyle Larson would be proud. Another in the wall. I think that is Thurston who made some contact.
It was, and Michael Mitchum will jump to the inside. So we're at the point of the race where the outside lane is going to be a vital option. But the only thing is, you tear your tires up a little bit more up there. Get a late race restart. I expect everyone up there. But as of this moment, you saw it. The tire is already wearing. Might as well go up there. You got to make the track a little more wider for yourself. Mitchum says, we know Thurston's hit the wall now a couple times. Let's see if we get that bottom rolling.
No, man, that 38 is loose. They all keep it together, though, off the corner. Drew Jewett going to make a move, and you got to think, this far into a run, tires being at a premium, fuel mileage starting to play a factor. When do we see somebody get bold and try and take it down the pits?
That's going to be the big thing. We haven't seen a green flag pit stop in a while. Last time we saw it for an e-ticket event was the Tailgate 400. they wrecked coming onto pit road. So I don't think that will be the case here.
When's the last time we've seen it where they kept it all together as we see Braden Movick back in the top 10?
I don't want to say Indy. I don't want to say NWP because NWP should have had one, but they just happened to have a caution in around that time. Maybe the Florida 500.
Yeah, I would think so. And then what this is kind of shaping up like a little bit too is that race we had at Auto Club.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. 2 cautions early on. Now you got the long green flag run. The only thing is, what started to spread out like a rubber band is shrinking back together. This top 8, a second and a half between each other.
But up front, no real change. Just in that 8 car is just leaving it all out on the racetrack. And did you see, heading into this race, not only a contender, but right now, Adam Garza is the man to beat tonight out there.
We're hearing Sean Conklin, internet issues. May have been the second drop. He is allowed back in if he can do so. Thurston in 3rd, Michael Mitchum, Drew Jua, that's 4th and 5th. Nathan Lyons sitting there in the 6th position. Back to what you were saying, though. The racing, I'm watching how this is going down, and I wonder, back from the Chicagoland idea, how is that going to entail caution on the speedway?
That'd be the 3rd of the night.
And I wonder what that will be for Zachary Troll. Daniel Mosteller, and a big incident off turn 2 has resulted in the 3rd yellow.
That is major, but those guys were all towards the back too. That's the interesting part. It'll be interesting to see who kind of caused it, if it was just a mistake or if something just, outside anyone's control.
I still know it's early, but you're starting to see a lot of big names that have won e-tickets falling into situations, and we may have to go ahead and ask that live chat. Do we see a first-time winner? Originally, the question was, how many cautions do we see in this race? The winner is 3-7. We're up to 3 before lap 100.
All right, so here we go. This is towards the back of the race. It's going to be in this group. So Mosteller involved. We saw the 3 there. So let's watch them here.
This may actually be happening just before Dominic Barbagallo. There he was. And, ooh, man.
That might be a KO.
Yeah, that's a big, hard hit.
Burrows in the wall, too.
Here comes Zachary Troll.
Nowhere to
just
go.
Got a piece of it.
Oh, and that's another hard hit. And you see the rest of these guys just having to slow it down. The attrition starting to play more and more of a factor.
Dominic Barbagallo. And it looks like it could have been a self-spin. We knew these drivers were going to get wicked loose. And you can see he's already dead sideways. Josh Lilly was there.
He's overcorrected.
Just overcorrected. I think the idea was to at least keep it off the drivers that were coming in. And that being Douglas Newbigging and them, giving somewhat of an opportunity to these drivers. But if you watch how they come in, and I bet we can see from a cockpit view, it's tough to make that decision on where to go. Demos is going down the track. Kenny Reel just happens to be in a better position. He chose the inside lane to begin with. Look at Anthony Burrows.
Vicious hit. Burrows up into the outside wall, and then you got Wilkerson there. He's right in the middle, threads the needle a little bit.
Yeah, but Mikey G was not hard on the brakes. He was on the brakes, not hard enough, and that was what really got him into the teammate. And then Zachary Troll, just for good measure, slams right into it. What happens next? Well, everyone else really went ahead and avoided. You see Lane Sanders on the brakes. Let's talk about it. Joseph Armstrong, Dylan Basin, Anthony Burrows, Daniel Mosteller. Am I missing any other big name that has been involved in an incident that is a huge talking point?
I mean, we talked a bit about, Lovick, he was involved too. I mean, here we go. Another battle of the beers up front.
Oh my goodness.
It's going to be Miller versus Budweiser tonight.
It has been a night to go ahead and remember, because all the drivers you expected to win, they're falling into issues, and I still think they can get it done. Like Mosteller, that's going to be a little bit tough. We'll get you an update on that. But Movick is up to 7th. Drew Jua hasn't won yet. He's up to 5th. Where is Dylan Basin? Okay, he's 19th, and Joe's in 9th. but all of them have had something go wrong, and will it happen again?
Before we go green, let's see, is there who might have fallen out of the race? Mosteller.
Daniel Mosteller is out of the Great American 500 and will not win a third e-ticket event. Zachary Truhl will join him as well. We have a lot of racing left to go and a lot of, oh, what is next? Back green from Chicagoland.
And another huge jump by the leader. Garza gets way out there, and they're 3 and 4 wide throughout. We're almost under complete darkness. And look at that 4 wide in the middle of the pack.
Joseph Armstrong way to the outside. Muddick squeezed in the wall. That's Meadows. That's Jua. Jua gets off of him. Meadows jumps to the inside. And the 42 still can't make something work. They're still 4 wide.
They're still 4 wide. There's more contact. Meadows is tight on the bottom. And they're going to make contact again.
There he goes.
Meadows up in the track. They're going up the track. Big wreck.
Dylan Basin and others, they do sneak through, but there will be a caution. Kenny Reel, oh my.
21 looked like a bit of a weapon on that restart. That was a rough restart for him.
Braden Movick has been chewed up, spit out. Can he pull a Kyle Larson from the 22 Coca-Cola 600?
Maybe. I mean, the way we're going, but that's a lot of damage. I have to have a little more than Flex Seal on that one.
Oh my, oh my. It has been a race. And we get to watch back on that one. I think it started with Cody Meadows so tight on the inside. Look at it, comes up into Joe. You know, matter of fact, let's go a little bit farther back. Let's go back to the start.
Just watch him. Because you see, they get bunched up, that top line just does not go when the leader takes off. And you just see how much it, look at that scrum.
Now let's watch Meadows here. He's on the inside. Jua gets underneath them, takes the air off just a little. You see him get loose up the racetrack.
Nowhere for the 42 or 5 to go.
No. And that was the first one. Armstrong season opening. He's going to take it 4 wide.
And, you know, Dean Brumman almost took it 5 wide behind him here. Watch. I mean, had a chance.
Now, here's the thing. Now Movick's giving more room than he really needs to give to anyone. Joe gets tight. Net codes up into Drew Jua. Jua up into Movick. Meadows even further up the racetrack. And down goes the 42.
Then the 21, I want to see if he collected anyone. He went back up the racetrack, and yep.
Dylan Basin, James Bomar. Now, here's the thing. Usually with these side hits on the next gen, it's not all doom and gloom unless you're hitting it like a pancake, like you see at a Charlotte Roval. Oh, man. I mean, this is just... It's been an intense night, and we're not even close to being done.
Yeah, well, let's see if anything comes out of that.
You know what? We have an opportunity to go ahead and speak to some of these drivers. Let's go ahead and hear what Braden Movick may have to say. Movick, John Ramos, man, they have hit you left and right. How's the car?
Somehow, by a miracle, we have no damage. Which is,
wow. Goodness.
Bro, I got thrown into the wall twice by Cody Meadows, who, like, and it's incredible. Joe and I have been in the same chat together, talking. The whole restart before, we were saying we're gonna take a free top, and I said to him multiple times, I don't trust that 21 car being able to hold the bottom. He goes into 1, walls the hell out of me, and then he goes into 4, does the same thing, and just walls the hell out of me.
Oh my goodness.
So, and don't even get me started on the first one, because that was the biggest crock of shit I've ever seen. This guy runs nothing but next gen, and he goes from the bottom to the wall like he's by himself, and just wipes me the hell out.
So, real quick before we go green here, what's the plan to get back up to the front?
The exact damn thing I just did last time. I went 28th to 10th in 1 fuel run.
I want to point something out.
Do it again because these people suck.
Remember Kyle Larson, 2022 Coca-Cola 600. Halfway through, he had everything but the pace car. You're in the same position, but still had everything going his way and almost won the damn race.
Well, yeah, all that shit was his fault. Don't listen to mine.
Okay, well
I didn't control getting wiped out by these bombs.
All right.
At this point, I'm holding no prisoners. If they even try me, I'm reconciling.
Oh, no prisoners. We're going to remember that. Is he energized? Is he amped up?
I think he might be.
I think now he really wants to win this event. And I think the live chat's going to go ahead and really stick with him.
We have seen him make up amazing comebacks before.
He calls himself the People's Champ, and I think tonight it's living up to the hype. Matt Green in the Great American 500.
Good restart. Not as good as last time, though, for Garza. Still gets the lead, and maybe a little easier restart this time by.
Sun has set, just a mere little bit of a sunset surrounding the racetrack, but that means this track is quicker, it's faster, and the racing's gonna be tighter. Here's Lyons, here's Mitchum inside lane, Horley, Garza in the middle, James Thurston already back 3 wide.
3 wide for a moment. Man, a lot of quick moves, and it looks like Thurston's going to try and make another one to the top 3. Up in second is Horley. He's going to get by both of these guys. It's a 22 and the 4.
Man, they're really going at it. Michael Mitchum watching on Adam Garza. You know, he's really been able to stay out of the way of most of these drivers.
Lyons has gotten to the wall big time.
That's going to allow Michael Mitchum now to the inside. James Thurston back to Garza. I wonder how his car would react if he's restarting 6 or 7. If I'm not mistaken, he should indeed have the most laps lit, and very much so, 46 to the 84.
Yeah, great run so far for that 8 car. Behind him, though, it is where the scrum is at, side by side for 4th and 6th, it looks like. They're going to kind of even it out of the corner. Mitchum takes that spot.
Inside now, single file, mostly within the top 14, 15. Dylan Basin with Joseph Armstrong up way to the outside wall. Eladam Contreras in the middle. This is that bunch that you want to keep an eye on, just because with so much moving parts, dirty air, you could ask, turbulent air, clean air, all mixing together. Drivers get tied at random points, and Joe really doesn't know where to go.
He's just trying to make his way up towards the front, and there's nowhere really to go right now.
Kenyon in 14th. Vijaya Kumar there as well. Jacob Wilkerson looking to the inside of that 09. Douglas Newbigging toe-to-toe with Lane Sanders. Lane Sanders in the top 12. What's interesting about him, got his first ever top 3 in e-ticket. That was with the Tailgate 400. Frank Horley on the scene and one in the lead.
Yeah, he's on the prowl right to the high side. He's going to make the move. Now the big thing is, does he get the run out of the corner? Looks like he's going to get it. Garza has to hold it down on the bottom. 2 car goes to the lead.
And he's got it very handily. Does Garza put the heave down to turn 3? Not going to matter, because Horley's going to clear, and Frank the Tank in the deuce sits top of the board from Chicagoland.
And they're just moving everywhere, all over the place. That 8 car for the first time tonight seems mortal, as now 3 have gotten by him.
Ford, Chevy, put another Ford in there in 5th. Ford Frenzy up front, and it's all led by the deuce.
Yeah, and it looks like that number 2 car, he's got a good run off the corner, holds about maybe, I don't know, a quarter of a car length over that Ford car. 38 of Mitchum, though, is trying to make the move to get to second.
Oh, man, really tight, deep in the field. I didn't know if there was going to be enough room between Max Steinmeier there and what looked to be River Page. I mean, he got squeezed to the bottom very handily. But up front, Thurston is there, and I'm telling you, if you're a fan of James Thurston, this could easily be his best shot to win it. He said it before. This is my best shot to win an e-ticket event. Nothing less, nothing more.
And he is just stalking that number 2 machine, just trying to make his way past him, finding an opening. He's got it. Down on the bottom, the 4 machine there. Can't quite get it off the corner. Going to keep it low.
And Michael Mitchum wants a piece. Looks top, looks bottom, nothing to work with, nothing to roll. Horley, Thurston toe-to-toe to turn 1.
And it's going to be Thurston with the lead for now. Horley gets the run, 3 wide. Mitchum in the middle, he's going to make the move.
Yes, he is. Now Adam Garza's watching this on. How does he work? Thurston bails out after taking the race lead, and Michael Mitchum goes top of the board in the Great American 500.
He's got it for now. There goes Garza in 4th. Seems like he got his car back under control, and they're all under a blanket through this field.
Horley down the flat, Mitchum to the outside lane. James Thurston, Adam Garza, Nathan Lyons, William Schmidt, Drew Jua, Dean Brummett, Max Steinmeier, Lane Sanders. Why did I say them all? They're under 7 to 8 tenths of each other for the race lead.
Yeah, and that race for the lead still pretty tight up at the front. Horley and Thurston going for second. Might have made a little contact up there. Even at the line. Just barely goes to Thurston.
And Michael Mitchum's going to have a lot to work with here. Not too many drivers have been able to hold on to the race lead. Adam Garza, tip-top club. Is he going to get it? Yes, he is. Oh, maybe not. Now draws even for the second spot. Just the nose to turn 3.
Yeah, but he's got that high side off the corner. He can get the run, get the second spot back. Loses Lane Sanders in the 86 car.
3 wide, 2 wide, single file. You've got it all. And they're still not giving in. Thurston 3 wide middle.
And it's very close. It's 3 wide through this pack. There's others that are 2 and 3 wide behind him. Garza now is clear. Lane Sanders looking to make a move right behind Thurston.
The driver from Huntsville, Alabama. P4.
Well, again, 2 and 3 wide in that little scrum behind these guys for inside and just outside the top 10. Look at Schmidt. He's back in it.
Look at Dylan Basin as well. Basin in the 8th. I don't think we've seen Basin in the top 5 at all this entire race.
Yeah, well, Dean Brummett, he's back in it as well. Kenyon top 10.
What a race we have had tonight, Chicagoland. Man, show up, show out, and they got a product for you. Mitchum, the race leader, now he's under fire again from Garza in the 8.
Just 4/10 between the top 5. Lane Sanders coming up there battling for the lead.
Comers and goers, I think, is just a common theme, and we've seen it since lap 1. Working lap 95, a 3:34. You may be saying, John, what are you saying? We still got a ways to go. 240 laps left in this event. But from what we've seen, we know it is not over for most. Garza top, Thurston inside, battling for his respective position. And Adam Garza, if he can get the run off turn 4, will once again reclaim the lead from Chicagoland.
Garza battling for the lead. Thurston battling to stay on the racetrack. Aggressive move gets Garza that first spot.
And comes back up the track. Chevy leads forward. Lane Sanders, can you believe what you're seeing? Battle for second, loose off 2.
Oh, those 3 cars are so close. Only a 10th between them. It's like they're connected.
Sanders looking back to the outside. From being the butt of every joke as a driver in NR to a top 3 in the tailgate to now being 3rd in the Great American 500, beating the likes of Mosteller, Movick, Burrows, Basin. It really is just a different era, because now he may even think about looking 3 wide middle.
He's not going to get 3 wide, but he's going to go for that second spot. That 86 Chevy is moving and moving fast.
3 wide, 2 wide. Speaking about that, mostly through the middle. And while this is all going on, think about some of the drivers we haven't talked about in a while. Really when the sun was up. Remember where, let's say Rodriguez, right? Early on leading. He's 21st. Douglas Newbiggin, we saw his incident. James Bomar, talked about him a lot. Bomar's 18th. The second the sun set, so much change, and Sanders nearly got clipped there by Garza after getting loose off turn 2.
Well, you got Braden Movick. He's made his way back up to the top 15, but he's all behind this. It's that 86 of Lane Sanders, the 8 of Garza, still going for the spot. Horley now on the high side trying to make a move past them both.
Now look at Dylan Basin right here. He's going to get 1 in the 2. He should draw even with the 8. No, but the runoff, I think he's going to get it. Sanders in the wall.
There was somebody else in the wall behind him, too. There's a lot of guys hitting that wall.
No caution from what we're hearing. May have been Josh Kenyon. Yes, it was. Look at the damage.
Might not be too Merry Christmas for Charlie Brown in that Peanuts machine.
Horley 3rd. Sanders the 4th. I think he tore his tires up.
Yeah, we're seeing that a lot tonight. A lot of these guys, they're aggressive. They see that they can get the lead. They're wanting to be a hero, but 100 laps into this race, and you're seeing who really can save him up and stay up there, and which guys are burning him out.
And Lane is really fighting that race car. I mean, you saw how he was just racing a couple laps ago. I worry what's going to happen with him. Thurston's going to jump to the inside. I think he's really learned his lesson about saving tires here. I think Sanders is going to be in for a rude awakening.
Yeah, he is very loose. We're seeing that car step out over and over again.
A lot of changes through the field. Now, how much some drivers even talked about just yet? Maybe we can get a word in, as it's just a 10th between the race lead. Let's go back to Christian Delgado, Kenny Reel, Carlos Truther, and how about even Abraham Vila? I'm kind of shocked that Vila isn't up there running the way we kind of expected him to. Chase Crawl back here in the 24th position. That's what we're going to mention. How is Chase Crawl related to Dygaard? Okay, this is going to be a fun story. At Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, if you guys don't know, Chase Crawl's father is Charlie Crawl. Charlie Crawl calls all of the ARCA East and ARCA West races on Flow. I'm there, and Charlie's going on about how cool it was pushing Darrell Waltrip's 88 through Tech here at Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. I said, oh, no way, you work for that team? He's like, Dygaard? It's a family-owned team. Excuse me? And yes, they have family ties to that team, to the point where they found Darrell Waltrip's Daytona 500 trophy in their attic just a couple weeks ago. Wow. And it wasn't the trophy we know today. It was that old school 1980s trophy. So I asked Chase, and I was like, Chase, is there any truth to this story? Or was Charlie just, you know, telling him a story and adding some bits in it? He's like, no, word for word, bar for bar, it was as true as it could be. And yes, we did find that Daytona 500 trophy. I said, you need to represent Dygaard in an e-ticket. He said, that's exactly what we're going to do. And that's why he's driving that number 88.
I'm just thinking, you got Dygaard's 88 next to the 7 Nicorette-looking Chevrolet, next to the Sabrina Carpenter car. How can you not love these e-ticket events? You got that history mixed with the uniqueness. By the way, score update, 17-3 fighting Irish, if you're wanting to pay attention to that, over Indiana right now at halftime. So there is that to look at. But up front to look at is this great racing. Look at these guys still under a blanket. It's like they're the calm before the storm. They're just saving it again, just so they can strike on each other all over again.
I'm really interested to see if Dylan Basin takes the race lead. Mubbick is up to 9th, and we know he's racing with a lot of adrenaline. Same with Joe Armstrong. But we haven't seen anyone really since Mubbick take a race lead and just hold it, and maybe even possibly pull away. I wonder if Dylan Basin could be just the difference in this top 3 if he can get around Garza and get around Michael Mitchell.
Maybe, but I mean, Garza's been, I think, the guy that's parked it up to the front. He's had, what, 46 laps so far or something like that? So there is some guys, I think, that have been pretty dominant, or at least up front for a lot, but you're seeing them just smacking that outside wall.
All right. Look at the move. Orley outside, they're in 4th. James Thurston there in 5th. Nathan Lyons is there in 6th. Joe Armstrong in 7th. Braden Mubbick in 8th. And just behind him, you have Drew Jua, Max Steinmeier 3 wide. Not shy of any 3 wide racing we've seen tonight with Dean Brummett, James Wilmore, and even William Schmidt.
Oh my gosh, look at that double, triple wide racing. But you got to give it to some of these guys up towards the front. Garza stayed up there most of the night. Horley has been racing up front for a lot of the night. So some very, very good, I would just say great runs for some of these guys we don't normally see up there.
Does it bring back memories? I mean, you camped at Chicagoland.
Yeah. So I used to be the first couple of years in the backstretch here, but actually as we come around through 3 and 4, right about here is where I would usually be at for these races. You see that 8 car up front. You'd see, like, right as they get up towards the wall before going through the front stretch. So if you watch back to the slide job finish, when that
my goodness,
when that 42 car goes back down the racetrack after contact with Kyle Busch, when you see that big tuft of dirt and grass go over him, that was right in front of me.
Wow.
Like, I was maybe 50 feet away from that happening. It was one of the best moments as a fan I've ever had the privilege of being at in person. So watching it like this view here, this reminds me exactly of what I would see coming out of turn 4 at this racetrack.
And what's interesting is we got to see from TV camera angles, when you camp, at least from what I know from going to Talladega and camping in turns 1 and 2 and Nashville Super Speedway for the truck race, I was on top of a camper. The banking looks so much higher than what it does on TV.
Yes, it does. I mean, hey, I'll be honest, I've been on the banking before. It looks a lot less on TV than it actually is, and you can tell, you know, once you get on there and see why these guys have this much trouble. That's a lot of trouble.
Into the outside wall, off the nose of Joseph Armstrong, and it will bring the caution out, working lap 110.
You think he has no damage too?
We're going to see. I mean, he's sliding it very hard driver's side. And Thurston, one of the bigger names that really didn't have an issue. and we can add him to the tally now. Now the issue is really, the question is going to be that left front, because he did drag it along. I'm not seeing any sparks. It's rolling. He should be able to get it repaired. But all right, that's going to change things up, because some of these drivers that move forward, they're going to come to pit road, get tires, and they're going to be on the same strategy as Basin, Mitchum, and Horley.
So let's see what happened here, because it was just out the corner of the screen.
It's going to be interesting to see. Let's watch right here. Joe loose, 4 wide. Lyons on the bottom, gets loose as well. I just don't think Thurston really had anywhere to go.
Nah, I mean, if anything, the 22 kind of got into him. A lot of people are looking to be like the 21s next to another one, but I don't think that was on him on Meadows. Just a rough break.
And I'm kind of cheating here. I'm looking on the left side of my screen. They are coming to pit road from what it sounds like. But I want to say about 30 laps ago, you would have said, oh, for sure, we're getting a first-time winner. But now, when this thing cycles out, I think we're back in the question of we could see a repeat winner.
We could. But at the same time, there's there are a lot of underdogs who could still win this thing.
Let's see it
Look
again.
how loose the 92 is. He was sawing on that wheel.
And he didn't make contact with Thurston. I don't think Thurston even made contact with Lyons. It's just really a game of inches, and there was nothing to roll with. Now, he went rear end first. He didn't really hit in an area that would destroy the suspension. He's back on the track. So James Thurston not out of this race just yet. And look who's going to be what I believe, yes indeed, the race leader, Dylan Basin with Mitchum, Horley, Garza, Mavic, Lyons, and others all lined in. And we were calling no penalty here. No one touched Thurston. There wasn't any room whatsoever. But we're going to get the lights off this time by. And now we can add in another what if. Dylan Basin. Does he take control? Does he hold on to the race lead? And how does this possibly affect the rest of the race if he gets away?
I mean, the interesting part of this too is we're about 55 laps away from halfway, lap 167. So you make it a full fuel run, you can almost kind of have half a race to look at this point, just 250 miles at that point of it.
Beckman, Burrows, Mosteller, Conklin, Vadas all out of the race. Some drivers hanging out still towards the back. There's Frank.
Hey, he made it.
32nd as of this moment. He'll be back there with James Thurston, Brett Puncari, and Michael Gregory as well.
Yeah, the front mobile survives.
It's rolling.
And tonight we found out that's all you need to do to have a chance to win.
Oh, yeah.
Just keep that baby on the racetrack.
You know, when some here intermediate e-tickets, they expect what we saw at Darlington a couple years back with the with the Southern 500. This, not like it at all. Back green to the Great American 500 at Chicagoland. Man, oh man, I don't think Mavic wants to wait there too long. He was all over the back end of the tube.
Yeah, he is looking all over the place, trying to make up positions. Not going to have it happen this time. Falls back a little bit to 5th, but behind him, more contact. Lyons got a little bit of contact, looked like Drew Jua. And it just battles for 4th, 6th, and everywhere else through the race pack.
Horley, a man on a mission. Basin led that one under green. Mitchum's in 3rd. And Adam Garza, who everyone said was going to be the no good, maybe very bad driver, has become the very good and consistent driver in the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, he's racing side by side with Braden Mavic, and both those guys have probably had the best 2 cars tonight.
Looking a little farther back, 23 machine. How about Jumpman Max Steinmeier up to 8th? PBR's got the numbers, and now they've got the speed. Horley is creeping closer to Dylan Basin.
You're just seeing all the different lines throughout the pack. Top guys, though, all on the bottom. Top 3 pulling away a little bit. Horley trying to find that opening, and down low, an opening for Lyons. He's going to go underneath Mavic.
Oh, but it's going to force him a little bit farther up the racetrack.
And you see how
he gets into him.
You see how loose they are. You see how bumpy. You see the little bit of retribution it looks like from the 42.
Yeah, that was a shot back without a shadow of the doubt.
You're seeing it all tonight at Chicagoland Speedway.
And remember, what did he say? I'm taking no prisoners. You push me, I'm shoving back. You just saw it there. I think Lions can be very grateful that it wasn't on any other part of the racetrack. He'll drop back. Drew Jewett is inside. And Frank Horley is licking the chops. He's in the inside lane just following Dylan Basin.
Basin just can't open up that bottom line through the middle of the corner. Looks like the car's a little tight early on in the run. He's going to go to the bottom, defend. Horley now right behind him, going to make a move. He does not make that move.
He gave a little tap, though, knocking on the door.
That's just a, hey, I'm here and I want Bayou tap.
I would also say it's like you're not going anywhere. Don't think just because you've won races by 6 or 7 seconds at a Rockingham with the Xfinity Series means you're going to do that here at Chicago.
Nobody's really been able to make anything more than a second lead work tonight, and even then they got reeled right back in. You're looking through the pack, a little bit more calm up towards the front. A lot of guys just waiting to strike on the guy ahead of him.
Yeah, it looks like a parade almost of machines really ranging from 1st to 6th to 7th, 8th, 9th. They somewhat fan out. James Bomar has been a big fan of that outside lane. Matter of fact, he gets into Drew Jewett. Horley keeps it within a 10th, which is a mere inch or so to Dylan Basin. Now goes for the race lead at turn 3.
What he did, he got a high side run in 1 and 2, took it back to the bottom. Now he's right beside that 11 machine to the line. Gonna be Basin by a nose, but Horley looking for the lead, getting aggressive.
Basin on a smoother part of the racetrack at Chicagoland, that being lane 2. Gets the run off corner exit. Michael Mitchum's going to join on in. I don't think Horley wants to give it up, but he's not going the right way.
Yeah, Mitchum now going to try and get that run on the high side. He's got Garza behind him. Meanwhile, behind Horley is Braden Movick making moves. All of them trying to move towards the front. Basin still, though, holds him off.
From the back to the front, to the back to the front. He's back up front, and I don't think he wants to go back there again. But if the seesawing continues, I don't think it's anywhere out of the question.
A seesaw, a yo-yo, you name it. It is what this race has been. Up towards the front, Jua looking down low underneath Braden Movick. Gonna make the big move. Doesn't really have anywhere to go, though. That 2 machine's right in front of him.
No, he did have that internet blink. Now, let's talk a little bit about netcode here. Some blame iRacing for netcode, and in my opinion, you could possibly do that for certain situations. But netcode sometimes comes down to the driver's internet itself. You'll see drivers like Jua, Armstrong, and let's throw Carlos Souther in there. Their internet isn't always the most reliable. They go wheel to wheel, and you see easily 2 or 3 feet of netcode. And you're just thinking to yourself, how did that even happen? Well, it does come down to the performance of their Wi-Fi, their PC, and so much that goes into it. But at the same time, when you do see netcode, it is also possibly an iRacing situation. All netcode is basically the 2 fire impacts from one model to the next, connecting before the actual sheet metal, or in this case, the composite body, making contact with each other. So, drivers like Drew Jua are more likely to get it. Like a Carlos Souther or even a Joseph Armstrong, luckily hasn't been too big of a deal. But we did see it out of, guess who? Sean Conklin. Guess who is currently out of the race due to internet? Sean Conklin.
So I guess you could say that the field might be a little safer at this point because of that, well, at least with the netcode side of things. 3 wide, though, for it looks like the 5th position. Drew Jewett on the bottom going to take it. Horley starting to fall back, might have burnt his tires up. James Bomar, though, trying to get his comeback on.
Yeah, I think Horley was just trying to reach too much. He was going for Basin as much as he can, trying to stick with them. And clearly he caught himself in a bad situation. And these next gens, too, they're very much susceptible to momentum changes, right? I know the 550 Gen 6 package, everyone talked about it's a momentum-based package. If you're not going the right way, you're going to fall deep. In the next gen on iRacing, you could have that to a degree, not fully like the 550, but definitely like you're seeing now with Frank Horley, who's in the 6th position.
And there's Adam Garza. He's making that move back up. I think at this point we can say it's not been a fluke. He is up there. He is going to be one of the elite contenders of this night. Him and Braden Movick alike. That 8 car has been bad fast, and he has been basically on the aggressive side of things all night moving forward.
Toyota, Ford, Chevy. Chevy, Toyota, top 5. James Bomar, you just mentioned it. Yeah, another seesaw. Not to the degree of Braden Mulvick, but 15, 16, 17 to also being the race leader.
I gotta say, with Bomar, I'd love to see, like, what's the highest he's been tonight and what's the lowest he's been tonight.
Well, let's go ahead and take a quick check. James Bomar, I'm going to say 17th. I remember seeing him somewhere in or around that area.
33rd.
Wow.
Woo. We could say that all night. Look at Mulvick right ahead of him. He's probably had the same thing. Currently 4th highest, 1st, lowest 32nd. So
continue the trend. Adam Garza, 14th. How about Adam Garza?
I'm telling you, man, it's not a fluke tonight. Michael
Mitchum, 37th. And Dylan Mason, 38th. Currently riding in the first position.
Wow. Again, this has been a night where you got to just stay on it. I mean, there's plenty of time in this race to make up spots. We're closing in on 200 to go.
And that's the thing, as a race fan, you want to ask yourself, why should I tune in next week? Why should I tune into this race? And we said, comers and goers, there are going to be a lot of them. I didn't expect it to be this high before halfway.
That's Zachary Truel on the bottom coming back. Just logging laps, trying to make positions up on the bottom of the racetrack. Up front, Michael Mitchum and Basin, man, they are side by side for the lead, side by side for third with Garza and Mulvick. And then they got a huge line of cars behind them.
Mitchum, Basin, give it to Toyota on the outside lane, but I don't think Garza's done just yet. If anyone has any knowledge of how to win at this track right now, give it to the 8. He is right now expected to still be a contender by lap 334.
Definitely, and no loose behind as Bomar keeps with it though. That opens the door for Frank Horley. Open the door on the bottom for the lead is Basin underneath Mitchum. He's going to take it. Lemon car takes the lead. Mitchum looking low, gonna get the crossover. And look to the bottom, Garza looking for any opening on both of them.
And we're going to ask the chat, does Adam Garza win this race? Very common for him. Whether you think it's yes or it's no, I think anything that's 20% would be that way, but he's going to get swallowed up by Braden Mulvick.
Yeah, Mulvick got way on the high side, needed to make that move, gets it done. He's going to clear the 8 car, looking for more now behind Dylan Basin.
Mitchum and the Sour Patch Kids, 38. Basin in the 11, Mulvick sitting there in third, then McVice Chevrolet, and we're getting to that point where you start seeing guys get really twitchy loose.
Oh, you've seen that all night, and you see the best of the best go up towards the front. Braden Mulvick now making a charge for that second spot. Door slammed in his face.
Oh my goodness. And just look at it, you can tell he's racing with more of an aggression, a reason to get out there and go after it.
Oh, and he gets a little loose, a little push though up the track as well. He's going to have to stay in that third spot. Top 5 guys are less than 3.5 tenths apart.
Basin in the middle, Mulvick underneath, just tightens up, advantage Garza and maybe even James Bomar.
I don't know just yet. Garza will get by. Looks like he can hold Bomar off. And again, the top 5, same guys, they just shuffle spots, but that's going to open the door for Horley, Jua, and Max Steinmeier still up in the top 10.
Yeah, this front group is pretty cool, but this middle group is a little interesting. James Thurston is quickly rising up to the scene, same with Joseph Armstrong once again. When we had that long shot that we have with the still camera down in turn 1, saw these guys really clump together. I'm starting to realize the nighttime, there's not too much track change anymore. This is where we see the magic, and Adam Garza wants to join that show. Gets 1, wants 2, gets 2, and gets the race lead.
Talking about magic, it's a magic trick up towards the front, but Michael Mitchum not amused. He's going to take the lead right back from him.
Now Garza just needs to beat 1. He's trying to get the 2 for 1 in 3 and 4. Now can he just get the 1, maybe coming off turn 2?
And you're seeing all these different lines use topside, chews up tires, but can be very fast if you hook it up right. As Garza's showing, gets right to the back bumper of that Sour Patch Kids 38 Ford.
And here's Dylan Basin, who majority may have thought would have had a good chance of pulling away. Now he is back to third. No one has an advantage tonight.
No one does, and you're seeing basically you have to be a smarter driver. Wait till the end of these runs to start making these moves towards the front, and with it, you're seeing a lot of these guys keep rising up at the end. Garza, you're seeing Bomar, Mavic, a lot of these guys just, they might be at the bottom half of the top 10. They might be sitting in line, but by the end of the run, they're battling for the lead as we have 200 to go.
Drew Jua again. Almost clipped the grass, and he's going to get the 2-for-1 special. He's up the 4th.
That was a great move on his part. Up front in second. Garza, Basin battling for that position. Going to be the 8 car for now, still side by side between them. And a big move to the bottom for Basin.
That's the thing we're starting to realize here. They make these big moves to the bottom. I think if you're in that middle lane, you really can't make it work. Any other car track combo, I think Basin gets that spot. Boy, with Adam Garza just being right on the throttle, not allowing that 11 to get through, really makes things interesting because what Basin is doing every time he does that is tears the rubber off of that race car.
Well, you're seeing too some aggressive blocks. We saw earlier it looked like Bomar got his nose cut off a little bit. Mitchum starting to pull a little bit away. It's about the second biggest lead we've seen tonight since the start.
Oh, yeah. Lap 136 of 334. What an e-ticket event we have had up to this moment. The 25th e-ticket event at that. And I will say this. Barring the first 137 laps, it's tracking to possibly be a top 10 because, man, oh man, it has been exciting. But what have we not talked about yet that we will see? Maybe some things we have talked about that we have yet to see. Okay. Mentioned it before, out of driver's control with incidents. Moss Stellar, again, that situation that he was in, very reminiscent to the NWB 400 earlier this year. What about Joseph Armstrong? Okay, we expected him to get up there, but he's not showing the promise that we expected him to. And the underdogs, Nathan Lyons. Nathan Lyons had, I want to say, 17 hours to get ready for this event. That also includes going to sleep. And he is doing well. He's up at 9. Max Steinmeier, Jumpman. And he's been showing great numbers in NR Night in America as of recent. I didn't have James Bomar anywhere near the book. He sits 6. Drew Jua is back to his promise, but still an underdog. He sits 3rd. And Adam Garza. We talked about him all night tonight. This is your first time watching anything NR Night related. Adam Garza is rarely talked about on any given Friday.
Yeah, I think he's been the star of the night so far. If Brayden Mavic is the guy who usually runs up front we've talked about, Adam Garza is that underdog that has just been the story of this night. He has not fallen below 14th. No one else, I think, in the field can say that.
No. Has done a really good job of keeping those boys at bay.
And you know what I think that was, John? I think that was just when he was in the pits.
That is true. Could have been that.
On the racetrack, I don't think I can think of a moment he has not been in the top 8 or 9 in this race.
Well, let's talk about some of those drivers that were up front just for a matter of moments. Deeper in the field, Lane Sanders. Remember, he got up to 3rd. He's now 23rd. Haven't talked much about Kenny Reels since qualifying. Josh Kenyon, we talked about him in the outside wall, and Riker Byram at one point was really around that 14th spot. He had a day car, no doubt about it. Now, Michael Gregory is making up some time. He's up to 17th. But what about Abraham Vila? Weren't we just talking about him being 30th?
He's slowly making his way up. Doesn't have to get it all at once. And hey, you know, quietly sitting in the 10th spot right now, William Schmidt.
Yeah. There's Yahir Rodriguez. He sits 12th. He was another one that very early, if I'm not mistaken, he did grab a... Oh, no, he did not. He just started the race on the front row. Didn't get a lap led, but has also been all over the place. Seen a lot of drivers at one point being in the high to low 30s. Nathan Lyons still there in 9th. Braden Mavic back to 8th. He's watching Max Steinmeier go 3 wide with Frank Orley.
The battle for the lead heating up. There's 4 cars under a blanket. You're seeing the battle for second, but they are right behind that 38 of Michael Mitchum.
Garza on the outside around the base in 11. And Michael Mitchum, the race leader, but hasn't been by much.
No, but nobody has tonight. Nobody has been able to really get a huge lead and just check out from the pack. And that's something I don't think we've seen at an intermediate e-ticket, maybe ever.
No, we have to go way, way back because I know Coca-Cola 600, we had some drivers get 4 or 5 seconds. Do you want to consider Auto Club in Michigan? I would say that's more of a D-shaped 2-mile oval.
Yeah, that's not a 1.5 miles by any means. They race, I would say, very different.
Yeah, so I'm looking to the cards. I mean, last time we came to Chicagoland, this was the style of racing. And some expected it to not be this way again because of that setup. But since we changed a fixed iRacing setup, it has kept these cars really compacted together.
But you do see, at least when it comes to the pack itself, there is some separation now. Yes, these guys up front, they're pretty far ahead, but instead of being, the top 10's maybe 8/10 apart, they're about 2 seconds apart. So you're starting to see a bit of that separation throughout the pack, but you know what we haven't seen with any of it is lap traffic in any way.
No, not at all. So let's go ahead and take a peek back on who could be those drivers. Well, 32nd, Eladon Contreras. Anyone else a little bit farther back has been mired in some issues or is already a couple laps down. So 32 drivers on the lead lap. Xander McKinney, he's back there in 31st. He's got Cody Meadows in front of him, who's now 12 laps down. Brett Bucari, I expected a little bit more out of Brett in this race. Really surprised he's running in that 30th spot. And now Chase Crawl, there he is for 29, but he has a group in front of him.
Yeah, I mean, so he's at the end of the main pack, and that's what, I would say, 7 seconds back? So about 7.5 seconds between first and 29.
And some of these guys are using different lines. All right, how about lap times up front? Michael Mitchum's fastest lap was a 37.02. He's now running a 31.933. If this was still daybreak.
Whoa, that 5 is loose.
Speaking of break, going sideways off turn 2, Drew Jula. If this was still daytime, they would be running the 32.1s around the length we've been up to. We've seen guys crack that 32. I still think we're going to see it. But the tire fall off has been a massive, at least 2 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, it's been big all night, and it's because you can't really be too aggressive on this racetrack. This track is old. It is rough, abrasive, and just absolutely insane racing all night long.
Single file now, outside lane, Drew Jula, Nathan Lyons. I keep going back to Lyons because I still find it interesting. He comes in the Discord, I'm working on the event, he goes, John, are you sure this is the setup? I'm like, the setup you have is, well, what's said has to be the setup. It's like, okay, I was up to 4 a.m. testing. 4 a.m.? Did you have today off? Yeah. Why didn't you just test in the morning, get some breakfast, some grub maybe? I was so excited I was going to be in the event. I just had to see, how it's going. I didn't want to, miss the opportunity. Well, I guess the 4 a.m. test worked because he's up inside the top 10.
It's kind of like for this race, what last year, NFL-wise, Josh Dobbs was for the Minnesota Vikings for a few weeks. Showed up, didn't know the playbook, didn't know even the names of the guys around him, shows up and just performs. And, looks like Nathan Lyons tonight having a bit of a Linsanity run.
Oh, yeah. Well, new race leader, Dylan Mason, finding his way around Michael Mitchum. Took him a couple laps to finally break through, and he's able to do it. 3 wide, Drew Jula, Max Steinmeier, and Frank Corley just making a little tight off, too.
23 got the wall a little bit there. You're going to see that 22 dive down there. He's going for a top 5 position on the racetrack.
And Drew's stuck in this bubble. I kind of have to chuckle a little bit because every time he gets up to 5, 6, 7, he can't break through it unless possibly get a restart. And even then, we've seen him really struggle to get back inside that top 5, looking the battle for the race lead.
Yeah, it is on up front, 150 laps into this baby, and Michael Mitchum all over on the bottom of Basin. Basin going to clear him though.
Dylan Basin back top of the board. Michael Mitchum, he led a good bit. 38 of that 150. Takes a chunk out of this field. And even though Basin has been up front in this stint, he's got 19 of the 150. May lose it here. Not going to happen. Mitchum downstairs going for it.
Third behind him. I don't know if he's led the most laps tonight, but it has to be close. That is Adam Garza, 52 laps led in this thing, and we're not even at the halfway point just yet.
No doubt about it. Adam Garza, most laps led in this race. Look the stamp, he's got it. And another thing these drivers can look forward to is green flag runs, right? This is a long green flag run as of this moment. But top 3 payout, thanks to Eric W. You finish second, you get $50 worth of iRacing credits. Third, you get $25. You win, you get $100 on Cash App. But as much as you want to go for the lead, some of these guys outside the top 20 that we really haven't seen much, maybe the top 10. Strategy call. If you can finish third, you're walking away on an uptrend.
Yeah, and if you have a long run, maybe that's a shorter pit stop at the end. Maybe that's short pitting or doing different things on a fuel mileage race, something like that. This race is all up for grabs still, and up front it is up for grabs, definitely. Top 7 all over each other under a blanket.
Adam Garza now trying to think once again. Max Steinmeier, I just can't believe it. Think back to the last time Max Steinmeier won a race in NR Night in America. You probably can't. Because I believe it was 2022 at Talladega. That's how long it's been since we've seen Jumpman in victory lane. He was in the Tar Heel blue Toyota. Here he is today with that sunset glow, finding a way around Drew Jua, who gets in the retaining wall. Can he be that underdog driver? Last time we've had an underdog winner in NR Night in America for an e-ticket event, Dean Brummett, NWP 2023.
So it has been well over a year at this point, and I really think you got to get through that 8 car. But that 38 up front, Michael Mitchum, Dylan Basin, that 11, those guys have shown some strength. It's just a matter of early in the run getting the positioning in, because it is getting harder through the run to make those passes.
Look at how sideways Basin was off exit.
And he's still got the lead. Mitchum, he's going to go to the high side. Gets there.
Man.
Made it work. Basin going to try and slide her up into him. Not going to do it.
I don't think you could have gotten any closer.
Oh, man. And you see that just gets the rest of the pack right all up on him.
Mitchum. Basin, look at how loose that 11 is, and Michael Mitchum, the young gun, back top of the board from Chicagoland.
But right behind him, he's going to battle for third with Garza. That's Nathan Lyons and that Grinch machine. Oh, he's not just wanting that third spot. He's going to try and slide up in front of him. Makes it work just barely.
Oh, yes, he does. Just before halfway in this race, or should we say we're just around the halfway point. And these boys are back at it like it was a restart. And man, oh man, Dylan Basin is just praying for a yellow. He's in the wall.
Oh, man. Look at them go. They are just all over each other. Nobody is letting anyone breathe in this race.
Garza inside. Steinmeier inside. Drew Jua wheeling it. Muvix in 9th. Top 10 under a second. You would think this is a restart.
Oh, it ain't even the top 10. It's top 11. He can't take out that 20 car back there. Up on the wall, Drew Jua. He's finally just got up into it too much. They're 3 and 4 wide back there behind this pack.
And here comes Nathan Lyons. Races in person. Legend car driver. Has raced against the likes of Keelan Harvick at Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, Florence, Hickory. Raced against some of your favorite drivers' kids, actually. I believe Carter McMurray, that was at Hickory. He's won a couple races. We actually went ahead and showed us the Summer Shootout trophy that he got, I believe, this year. He's been all over the place, but has never won an e-ticket event. Has raced with us since the beginning. He lied about his age to race in NR Night.
It's working out well.
It's working out now as well. And he's fighting for the lead, and it's been a Ford frenzy up front, hasn't it?
It has, and it is still on up at the front. Looks like Mitchum's going to get the run off the corner. Lyon just has to stay beside him. 3 wide behind these guys.
Basin on the shelf. Garza shutting the door and trying to lock it on Frank Orley. So Michael Mitchum will retake the lead, give it about 3 car lengths. But the real question is now that fight for third. Oh boy, are they in a jam.
Well, Garza's getting away. It's a fight for fourth now. And now, never mind. He's slow out of the corner. Levin's going to make a move. Dylan Bason's there.
Yeah, he got a nice little mark there to the right front. Going to give him another tap to turn 3.
No quarter given to any of these guys. Whirly around. Is that the Muvix?
Muvix involved in the caution will wave again.
6th caution of the night, and it might be one of the most impactful.
And I think that may be the nail in the coffin. Who hit him late? That will be Kenny Real coming in out of nowhere and jumps right on the nose of Frank Corley. Kenny Real, Braden Muvik, and that of Frank Corley. I think he's done.
That's a lot of damage. So we were just saying about favorites versus underdogs, and we got to see. Let's see how Muvik is this time. But that looked like a much harder hit. He got up, it looked like a little bit of air time.
Well, I think that's a lot worse than what we have expected. We're trying to hear. Let's go in the car. Let's see how it sounds.
Ooh.
Hey, he's trying to test to see what's the RPM's like. The big thing is he's got airtime, right? I mean, if he survives this thing, he might as well be a cockroach in a nuke. I mean.
Well, and John, this caution will get us right to about the halfway lap of 167, so there's not as much time to come back this time.
No, I don't think so. Let's see what happened.
Yeah, I kind of want to see the cockpit view at some point of the 42 when he comes into this, because...
So Horley gets tight, he works wide, and Movick gets right into him. Oh, yes, he did. Cross the nose. Steinmeier got a piece of it, and that's where the 42 got kicked up into the outside wall. Here's the big thing. Here's the 2, and here's the 3 of Kenny Reel.
This goes, here I come, I am Cindy Munn. Dang.
And I think Horley had it salvageable. I thought he was going to be fine.
He did.
But that impact right there is going to change things. I think Kenny Reel may be out of this race. We're going to get updates as they come. Let's go ahead and talk to some drivers. And he says it's a self-spin. So do we interview Braden Movick again?
Oh,
Hear what
yes.
he's got to say?
Yeah.
Braden Movick, another lick to the nose. Are you out? Are you in? What is the diagnosis?
Oh, yeah. We got big damage this time. Say that. Bean is now just saying over there that was not my fault because he got insane loose right in front of me, and I was on the brakes the entire corner. I didn't even touch it. Yeah. We didn't get all the damage fixed, so we need to pray for a few cautions back to back right here. Yeah, third wreck I've been involved in. No fault of my own.
Yeah, we're hearing Kenny Reel is done. We'll hear soon on Horley as well. We'll get the 1 to go this time. Well, I'll say this. If you do somehow come back and win this race, it's a race you will never forget.
Yep, you race no one else will forget either.
And that is Braden Movick. You know, not as energized as the incident with Cody Meadows.
Nah, not this time. I think that's probably more indicative of just how badly destroyed that car looks.
All right, now that was the halfway point, give or take. Now we have another 160 odd so laps left to go.
Yeah, we're almost there. Get her going this time.
So what's next to offer from Joliet, Matt Green for Chicagoland?
That's probably the best restart we've seen the rest of the pack have compared to the leader. Nobody gets away just yet. Mitchum nose out into 1 and 2. He's going to get it with a push from the 22. Nathan Lyons looking low for the lead.
Oh, man, they got loose. They got tight. Can Garza make the squeeze?
He's going to look more for it back in the pack. 3 wide throughout. But up front, Michael Mitchell looking in his rearview mirror to battle for second. Lyons, Garza going for it.
3 wide. Deeper in the field. 2 by 2. Now the battle for the 3rd position, Drew Jua, a man on a mission. The first e-ticket this year taken away by him from none other than Daniel Mostella. They pushed, they shoved. He said, I'm going to win an e-ticket this year. He's got just a couple laps, give or take, 100 or so, to possibly find a way to get it done. He's got Garza and Mitchum in front of him.
And look who's just entered the fray, too. Abraham Vila, James Thurston. We talked about them being MIA through this race. They're up there battling. So is William Schmidt, and that's 79. You're starting to see some of these good drivers move their way forward as attrition has really taken hold.
Oh, he's in the wall. That being Abraham Vila. Joseph Armstrong sneaks back up the 7th. Another one that has battled uncertainty here tonight. Basin in 6th. Thurston in 4th. Should we say Thurston in 5th, Lyons in 4th, Adam Garza in 2nd, as they continue to click them off one at a time. 169 laps to go.
Yeah, only 2, maybe a lap away actually from the halfway point of this race. They'll get halfway next time by, and they're racing like it's the last lap of this race. Look at how aggressive these guys are, all beside each other. Dive bomb moves. Top 4 though, getting away.
Oh yes they are. This is actually off the rear of James Thurston. Joseph Armstrong up to 5th. Ooh, James Bomar. Tight up near the outside wall. That was toe-to-toe with the 22 of Nathan Lyons.
And you're just seeing again these moves back and forth, back and forth. Some guys going to the front, some guys falling back, and just a constant comers and goers kind of night.
Who's moved as well? Oh, there's River Page, 26. I'm surprised we didn't hear much from him. Frank DeAngelis has found his way to 12. Josh Lilly back to 14. We haven't heard really much from Iladon Contreras. He's back in that 17th position. Whoa, trouble that may have been Dylan Basin.
Oh, they're all over the place. They're just, somebody's trying to find a line, somebody else trying to defend that. 3 wide between these guys. Lyons, who is up towards the lead now, in danger of falling out of the top 10. 10th place, Frank DeAngelis.
I think he got walled by Joseph Armstrong, just caught the tail end of it. We saw Basin really loose and on the flat coming off turn 4. And this looks to be the big battle we want to watch. River Page, Joseph Armstrong, Lyons really not giving a run. And that time Joe hits him again.
Yeah, they are not being friendly whatsoever to each other. And you see way on the high side, Frank looking for a line. Can't get it for now. Still 3 wide off the corner. Reminiscent of that race at Nashville a year or so. Going down the wall. Oh, they're around.
Do they save it? Page, Armstrong. Page goes wide. Crawl goes to avoid. Delgado on the brakes. And we stay green. It started with Nathan Lyons in 22.
Yeah, they looked like they were really close together, but just could not keep it together. Let's watch, see the 92. Does he get up into the 22?
Kind of tough.
I think that 26 might have come up.
Watch back just one more time. We'll get that back stretch view where you see the curve. No, I do think Joe came up.
Yeah, never mind.
And that means we stay green. 164 laps to go. They're still going at it. Vila to 8th. Basin to 9th. Lyons back to 10th.
And Jacob Wilkerson, he's battling for a top 10 position in that little scrum.
That's going on. How about the race leaders? Nose to tail. Deeper in the field, 2 by 2.
Yeah, not much change up front, but these guys, they are in danger of falling away from that pack, already over 2 seconds behind the leader. That's probably the biggest gap we've seen from first to the end of the top 10, I think, all night.
Underdogs. Who's the new underdog? The front 69 of Frank DeAngelis. Welcome to 7th. Now, I think this is the highest he's been all night. 39th, the lowest. Average, really in the 20s. This is where he wants to thrive, and oh boy, is he doing so.
Yeah, he's just got to catch up to this main pack. I mean, we've seen it where Frank DeAngelis will run up front in a lot of these mile-and-a-half type races. He's very good at keeping this stuff together, letting people do dumb things and then moving his way up. And, well, you're seeing that finally start to pay off.
Now you're starting to see a lot of blinks out of Drew Jua. He may get a warning here in a moment. Keeping that in mind, now single file, Basin with what looks to be Vila and others, all calming it back down. This track is really spreading out. We see the top 20 left side of your screen. I'll now soon cave on in, but how about the drivers out of this race? Frank Corley, Kenny Reel, and from what we're hearing, those two had a lot of words to say to each other, and I would say it's because Reel, with the caution coming out, hit Horley when he was parked in turn 4.
Yeah, it was pretty egregious based on the replays we saw, so not surprised that there's a little anger between them, but up towards the front, these guys are just pulling away. They're just playing a smart race right now, and you see Frank DeAngelis in that top 7. He's caught up to this pack, so top 7 pulled away from him.
I cannot believe Adam Garza has been this good. Now, I'm not saying that he's not a good driver, but on this level, for this long, he has been the favorite all race long. I asked everyone, does Garza win this race? 40% said yes. We're talking about 40 drivers that were in this race that you could have chose to win it. And 4 years saying Adam Garza, that chat seems to be very much behind that of the 8 machine. Here's Drew Jua. He's there on James Beaumont.
Just all over him. I mean, you're seeing this aggression throughout every single run because you've got to make yourself have that positioning later on in the run. And you're seeing them a lot of these guys that looks like they're almost saving their stuff. Running away, nice clean laps, just save their stuff let the rest of the pack race like they are.
Mason, Vila, Sanders, Wilkerson. Ooh, Eladon Contreras watching this all go on. He's in 12th. Douglas Newbigging back there in 15th. Josh Kenyon, Riker Byron. They're starting to close in a little bit more. But these were the guys that were really outside the top 20 for a good bit of this race.
Yeah, and then you're seeing a lot of these guys that have been outside the top 20 are just surviving. They're far enough back. But not far enough back is Garza. He is wanting to make that move for the lead as the nose in front of the 38. Can't really clear him, though. They're going to stay side by side in front all the way to the stripe. Going to be 38 of Mitchum.
I was wondering when Garza was going to strike. He was waiting, and you could tell by the lap times. He's got the speed, no doubt about it. But I think he's trying to catch Mitchum off guard. The only thing is, Mitchum was ready for it, and Bomar's this time in the wall. Yeah,
we're seeing a lot of these guys just scraping the wall out of the corner. It might look easy, but it has been very difficult for a lot of these guys to get their cars under control.
James Thurston is back up to 5th. What are the odds someone that's had an incident in this race possibly wins?
Oh, I think the odds are going up at this point because so many of them have.
And that top 7 is within a second of each other. Dylan Basin, who once again, let's point that out, when you see Basin up front and he's leading, you expect him to pull away. You expect him to do great things. He was swallowed up in a long green flag run. That right there, I think, sells what type of race we've had tonight. How even these cars are, how even these drivers are on skill, is just immense. 154 to go.
And Garza wants to go, man. He is wanting that position, and he's trying to find any way around the 38 of Mitchum. Only about 2/10 between them. Battle for third with Drew Jua and James Bomar, man, all over the place.
He was loose, but he's been loose all night. And this time, Thurston will say thank you very much. He finds the 4 up to 4th.
Yeah, that 20 car is just evil right now. Just trying to hold on to it in the 5th spot. Schmidt looking to take advantage of him, get in the top 5, and they pulled away from Frank DeAngelis behind him.
Now we know this is a long race, and we've seen a lot in this race, but what I find baffling is how every time someone comes forward inside the top 10, maybe barring Abraham Vila, I think he's the only one, we have not talked about them up front. Schmidt was up front at one point, if I'm not mistaken. Schmidt also had a shot at leading laps. He's gotten 0 on the board, but he was battling for the race lead. Vila, only one, maybe, okay, let's add in Frank DeAngelis now, but he's sitting 7th. Vila didn't touch the top 10. Wilkerson, I think at one point maybe have touched it. Everyone else has come up front, and this is still not to say Joseph Armstrong gets a caution, he battles back. Carlos Truther gets a caution, he battles back. Maybe even a Douglas Newbigging, because he's won on intermediates before. But they're all having to chase Michael Mitchum, and this young phenom has shown destined for victory.
A quick update from the 26th spot, I believe is Brayton Mubbick, and he is very far off of the pace. I think 12 seconds back, over 12 seconds back now, as we're counting 26th position for that 42 machine.
Let's talk about him. Ooh, yikes. Brace for this one. A 32.341. That was last time by the leader. A 31.480. He needs a caution to fix that damage if he's going to have any shot at winning this event.
Yeah, because right now these guys are heading to the line. He's just on the back stretch as they're running.
Drew Jua. What can he do?
He can do a lot.
The only thing is he hasn't led a lap yet, but he's been up there.
Yet is the key word because he has been one of those guys that is well in contention to win this race.
Looking at it right now, 27 drivers on the lead lap as of this moment. We haven't had too many wave rounds for this race just because of where the cautions have come out. But because of where the cautions have come out, you got to start questioning. We haven't had green flag pit stops. Does it come at some point? And oh boy, Drew Jua, he is blinking big time. They're going to penalize him.
Yeah, there's no way he can keep going like this. I mean, it is just a hazard for everybody else out there. That's a huge, huge update so far in this race. Up front, Mitchum getting a lot of heat put on him by that 8 of Garza.
Bomar in 5th, Thurston in 4th, William Schmidt in 6th. Then there's Frank DeAngelis. He's kind of just holding on to this pack. He's like the caboose of the Big Seven, where he's easily the leader, no doubt about it, but he's got a lot of room in between him and the next car, but also has a good bit of room behind him. This is Dylan Basin sitting in 8th.
He's in a safe spot. That's just a safe spot to be in if you're Frank DeAngelis. Behind these guys, though, I mean, it's starting to spread out just a little bit more. Just outside the top 10, you got the 22 Lions, Wilkerson running for that 11th spot.
Let's talk about Lyons a little bit. What has made him almost sometimes public enemy number 1 in Enter Night is how he races others. Now, he didn't race Joe the cleanest on that restart. He's not given a lot of room to Wilkerson. It's that young, aggressive driver mindset where we have drivers in their 20s. They go to college. Some of them have kids. Others have graduated college. They're starting their careers out. Some of them just got out of high school. They're going into the workforce. Then you have Nathan Lyons and Michael Mitchum, who are the young guns of the field. They're either just starting high school or have been in high school for a little longer. They race very, very aggressive, and they give no remorse to anyone else versus the older NR guys.
Well, you know what's great about being young, John, when it comes to being a driver in this? You don't know what you're doing wrong, so you're just doing it, and if it's better than everyone else, so be it. And we're seeing Michael Mitchum up front is better than a lot of people. Nathan Lyons tonight's been better than a lot of people.
You know, Jared, I hate to cut you off there, but you said that, and that reminds me a little bit of how I thought at 16. Because it is true. When you're as long as things look like they're being good or they're doing good, you're going to continue doing it.
It's like when you're in math class or in school, right? And teacher's like, well, you got it right, but you didn't do it the right way to get there.
And
Who
then you
cares?
get mad. Yeah,
I got the right answer. That's what they're doing tonight. Another blink there from Drew Jua in the 4th spot. It's getting rough out there for that 5 car.
And that's another thing that's really hurt him. A lot of things that have hurt him were situations like that.
Well, in long races like this, I mean, you've got to be able to get it together, and it's going to test everything that you have.
He has gotten a final warning before an L2.
Where did I thought I saw a car slow on the front stretch there a moment ago. Is that Bomar? He's falling back. He's in the 17th, 16th position.
Yes, he is. Okay, let's go take a look.
Yeah, look at that damage he has in the right front.
This is the replay, just a lap earlier.
Yeah, I saw him slow behind the ticker. I didn't know if I was just seeing things, and that,
oh man, Schmidt got him too.
That evil loose car struck again.
Yeah, he's been wicked loose, and you may be saying, aren't these fixed setups? How is his car a little more loose than everyone else? It actually could come down to your sim rig setup. Some have wheels that they have like a dead zone in the middle of it, where you know, you're trying to keep it straight, but you can't really keep it straight. Others have pedals that you can, it'll be a little bit easier on the gas. Others have wheels a little more tight. Maybe the force feedback doesn't work the way you want it to. So I wouldn't be surprised. The way Bomar has his setup is made it naturally more loose than others.
Well, and we're seeing some other people, by the way, in the top 10 now. Contreras up to the 7th position. That 18 car is moving up quick. And a little bit behind that, Douglas Newbigging, he's starting to recover. Frank DeAngelis falling back quick. Looks like he just could not hold on any longer to that front group.
Yeah, this is a vastly different top 20 than what we're used to. I mean, I think you could go back maybe 30 or 40 laps and everything looks different, barring Garza and Michael Mitchum. Mainly because so many drivers have come and gone in this race. And the thing is, if we get another caution, it's going to be almost the same type of worrisome move. How do people move? How do people change? But man, oh man, well, I start to wonder.
Quick update too. I mean, Braden Muddick, Michael Gregory, they're close to getting lapped now. 20 seconds off the pace. I mean, you get a wide shot. You're probably going to see the leaders on the other end of these guys on the straightaways.
Well, before we do that, let's see the inputs. Off exit, I think I saw 180. And here's Michael Mitchum, and you can already hear the sound difference.
Yeah, it is huge.
76 laps length thus far. What's the speed? Oh, we're not able to get the overlay in just in time, but if he was already around the 168 to the center, you can tell there's a lot more speed to offer. Now, Garza, I believe, has lost the most laps led in this race. He's 53. Michael Mitchum is 76. He wants to take it back, but if he's going to, it's going to have to be soon.
By the way, update with 4 minutes left in the third quarter. Notre Dame takes a 20-3 lead over the Hoosiers. The Battle of Indiana, the Battle of Illinois, though, up front. Garza looking low again on Michael Mitchum. That high side is just really powerful when he comes on the exit, and the 8 car has nothing for him. But, John, this has to probably be the most spread out we've seen the entire pack all night.
Yeah, and honestly, it's a nice change of pace, right? Because, okay, we've seen nothing but that adrenaline move every lap, every second. Someone's trying to get around another. 3 wide, 4 wide. Heck, we peaked 5 wide. And now it's like, oh, is this the strategy point of the race? Is this where things change?
Wilkerson got up into the wall a little bit. That opens the door for Lilly to try and take that 9th spot. See, this is what's happened. A lot of the favorites we've seen tonight have been taken out. And what it's done is open the door for some of these underdog guys to have, I'd say, career nights.
Oh, yeah. Lilly, top 10. This is not a super speedway either. He really thrives on that type of racing. Frank DeAngelis, one little mistake, and now he's back to 13.
Oh, another mistake, and he's back to 20th this Bomar. I mean, he is in danger of falling out of the top 20.
It's been that type of night. Adam Garza riding in lane 2 has not made a move on Michael Mitchum. But Michael Mitchum has led now the most laps in this race. 136 laps to go. Okay, this is the point of the race where it's not the start, it's not the finish. It's not really the middle, but it's like towards the tail end. And Jared, we've been on long road trips before,
yes.
So let's talk about this.
Yes.
When you drive, okay, let's say from Nashville to Daytona or Orlando. When we get around the Tifton, Cordele, Valdosta area, it's like, I feel like we're close, but we're not really close.
It feels like you're in Florida, but you still got like 3 hours to get to Florida, which is like the closing stages of the race. Like, that's what you're at. Like, at this point, what you're looking at, just keep it on the road after Atlanta. Just get to the next Buc-ee's. That's what you're looking for.
Because
get
there's
to
2
Buc-ee's.
in Georgia, and you know you got to go the one south of Atlanta and fill up.
Get to the next Buc-ee's, and that's the phase of the race we're in. We're in the survive to Buc-ee's phase.
And maybe, just maybe, you can arrive by dinner time. Here's Garza again, still 17 back. But look at Mitchum. You just saw from that view. He gets a little loose off exit. James Thurston's been able to close in a little bit more. And there is a supercell of machines. Look at this.
Wow.
That's Lyons. That's Wilkerson.
7 or so cars under a blanket. 7 it is, yeah. And that's from the 6th spot all the way back to 12th. And we just talked about Contreras being up there. Now he's falling like a rock.
He's going to drop back pretty quickly. Schmidt, others all over each other. And look at William Schmidt. He's bowing with a loose race car.
And these cars just get evil. They just get evil with their handling.
And we're at that point of the race where it's going to continuously be like that.
Yeah. I mean, we just hit, John, lap 200 of this race. Wow.
Now think about it right now. Fastest lap of the race, a 37. Leader ran a 32.5. Schmidt is running a 32.1. And others are in the 32.2. So the fall off has been substantial. Look at the pavement from the start of the race. Look how shiny it was. And then come back to this moment. It has just been embedded in like a rock.
Tons and tons of rubber. And thing is, up towards the front, looks like we got Garza closing in again, trying to make a move. And you see that in the distance. Look in 3 and 4. They're closing in on those 2 lappers.
I see it just at the corner of your screen before they jump to the 18 degrees of banking. Michael Mitchum, I think he felt the pressure from Garza, try to push it. I think Garza's thinking about moving the needle just a tad because there's James Thurston.
Thurston now striking with the 8 left in opening, and I think he's probably going to get it this time. Garza's going to have to make a big run on the high side to keep that second position. He does. And they're going to fight down the back again.
2 by 2. Thurston underneath. Garza on the outside. Drew Jua continues to watch on, but he's still blinking. At some point, he's going to get called to pit road because of it.
Yeah, it's starting to get obnoxious at this point. It's starting to, you know, when he gets up to these cars, it's going to be a huge issue. Now you're seeing that these guys who are on the bottom taking it easy. Now they're the ones going up to the high side trying to make up time. 4 of Thurston up into the wall. 5 of Jua blinking. He's going to go down the racetrack.
Once you become a possible issue for other drivers, that's what the problem comes. It's probably because he's in the Discord talking to guys, which means, you know, there is that situation where blinking becomes a factor because you're connected to multiple servers. So, let's take a little help here. Drew Jua has now left the Discord server, and we wonder if that's going to go ahead and help things out.
We'll see. I mean, he's back there in the 4th spot, not blinking at all. And you see Basin in 5th. He's the only one that's within earshot of this top 4 group. Garza trying to make that run on the high side. Not going to happen this time.
Oh, he's trying.
It's just a cat and mouse game. You know, John, you kind of likened it before to these kind of games, these mind games where you're trying to figure out how to get by someone, have their opening, you know, something like that. You kind of likened it to the battle between a batter and a pitcher, where you just got to keep chipping away at it until finally somebody just breaks through, and either you hit a home run, you get on base,
Douglas Newbigging around.
You get in the wall like Newbigging.
And he's going to be right smack in the middle of the field. The caution waves with 128 laps to go.
Newbigging will not be making it to Buc-ee's. So 127 laps left in this race. That's roughly, John, again, I don't think we're going to say green the whole time, but that's roughly a little over 2 fuel runs. 60 laps apiece.
And we were closing in on one right there.
Yeah, so something to watch. And you know what? That saves those guys, Michael Gregory and Braden Movick. That is perfect for them. Get some repairs done to their cars. Try and be at least somewhat competitive to finish this thing off.
All right, all right, all right. What's next?
He just got loose.
Yeah, he just came up. Abraham Vila, nowhere to go.
Nice. Wow. Thread in the middle was the 18 of Contreras. Good on him. I want to see from his view that one. It's like the seas parted.
This is coming off 4. Now, the thing about Contreras is never won an E-ticket. Big-time winner at Michigan multiple times in Night in America.
So right behind this bar is the 7. There you see him, that green car get a little loose.
Man, thank you very much.
And you heard him through the corner. You could hear the tires like squealing and just ripping that racetrack. Here's the battle off pit road. Adam Garza beats Mitchum, Thurston, and Basin off the pits.
Let's chat with some of these drivers, hear what they have to say. William Schmidt, you've got to be amped up, but oh boy, was your car loose.
Yeah, it is. The rear end is not happy at all on those long runs. We got it to work somewhat well in the previous run by just hard saving, but yeah, I mean, if you don't try to save, it is a nightmare for the rear tires.
All right, well, 126 laps to go. We have not had a green flag pit stop, but oh boy, have we been close. What are you expecting here with this restart? 126 to go.
I mean, chaos is the obvious answer, but you know, I'm hoping we get a long run in, hoping we get some green flag pit stops, spice it up a little bit, but yeah, it's gonna be pretty hectic, especially since we're well over halfway now, so I feel like the urgency is gonna ramp up a little bit.
All right, here's Braden Movick. He's got to beat that pace car off pit road, and I just don't think he's gonna do it. He's gonna fix all the damage now, go one lap down, and maybe, oh, hold on, what is he doing here? Well, he did not beat the pace car off pit road, and it was caught for it too.
Yeah, we saw that.
Neither did Lightning McQueen. I'm just saying.
We're still with William Schmidt in here. All right, well, it's going to be interesting on what to do with him because, I mean, clearly was not put in a position to do that. Give it one moment. Indeed, still on the lead. The admins are saying he is still on the lead lap. We have lights off this time, so we're going to delay the green just one more time, just so we can get.
We do a quick replay. Lord knows that we'd be able to see it.
Well, there's the pace truck. And there's Brandon Movick. So what is beating the pace car off pit road in iRacing? Is it the blue line here, or is it you have to be up in front?
Yeah, if it's blue line, it's easily you beat him to it, but...
Well, that's going to be interesting to look over. So we're trying to see what we can get on all of that. But as of this moment, at least the admin said... I think that we're going to have to see. I mean, that truck, in my eyes, clearly passed them. Now, we said the admins have full control over this race. We're not going to go ahead and worry about it. We're just going to commentate. But that doesn't mean I don't have to give out my opinion. Jared, what's your opinion?
I mean, if it was racing to the blue line, then yeah, he's on the lead lap. But if it's a truck getting past him, and we saw clearly say the truck got past him.
And they're going to delay again just to see. Because the thing is, that's like opening up Pandora's box, right? You allow that, everyone's going to do it. Because it just got caught clearly on the broadcast. Yeah, he's lapped. So Basin and others are saying... And we're hearing that they're going to go ahead and do it. So I think Movick and River Page both had the same situation. They're going to be forced to hold it a lap on pit road. And they're going to have to go ahead and get that lap back.
Meanwhile, up front, up at the ranch, we got Garza leading this thing right next to Michael Mitchum. So, Garza's had some pretty good restarts in this race, so I would not be surprised if he jumps out on this ensuing restart.
Yeah, so we're hearing it. It is pit exit, so 100%. We are calling it now. Movick, River Page, L2 penalty. They must give the leaders the lap back. Matt Green from Chicagoland.
Odd restart, but it worked pretty well. The 8 car gets ahead, pulling out on the apron. Garza now clear of the field. Thurston up to second. That's Jacob Wilkerson in the 3rd spot.
Garza is there.
Oh, and you're just seeing through this field the aggression. Look how you can tell how much faster with these fresh tires this race is on the restart.
Mason on the outside, Schmidt on the bottom. Thurston is there on the inside, Adam Garza on the outside. Toe-to-toe, wheel-to-wheel. Josh Lilly. Way to that outside lane. You can see the 22. Nathan Lyons trying to make something work. Now we're going to keep an eye on these two right here. River Page, Braden Movick, they both must come in. And are we seeing it now? Yes, they are. They must give the lap back to the race leader. They're in.
Up front, the 8 and the 4 have got a little bit of a gap on Basin now, who's up to the 3rd spot. 3 wide behind them through the pack. A little bit of a contact with the wall, looked like, for Truther as well.
There's Thurston looking for a move. There's still 3 wide behind. Lane Sanders, hand over fist, trying to keep it forward. Carlos Truther this high up. Haven't seen that all day. First time in the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been keeping at it, and that is a driver who has just slowly but surely moved his way up. If I'm not mistaken, was he up pretty high up in practice too?
Oh yeah, he was top of the board of practice. Yeah. I think maybe with 10, 15 minutes to go.
So he does have a good little machine underneath him.
Watching, waiting, Garza and Thurston. All lined up, single file. James Thurston, what can he do with what time he has left? Basin with William Schmidt.
Schmidt right there on the prow. He has Lilly right with him too. Josh Lilly up there.
Thurston in second. Schmidt in fourth. And I'm starting to see passing become a little bit harder. I wonder if that's because the track dynamic has changed so much. Remember Homestead for the Ford 400 we had? All the testing, it was passing. And then all of a sudden, when we got to the race around lap 50, there was no passing, like at all. It was tough. I wonder if now we're getting to the point of the race where track position could mean something.
Well, look at two. I mean, Michael Mitchum up in the 5th spot. He has a lot of work to do as Garza's going to go low underneath the two guys that served their penalty. So that is the battle for the Lucky Dog Award right there. And is that Steinmeier right in front of him?
I think so.
Oh, and look at Mubik. He is staying with them. He's going to be right in the middle of this battle.
Now, him and River Page, remember, they're 1 lap down. And they're going to be right up here with these guys. Let's see the speed difference. Wounded car, not wounded car. Thurston racing him tough. How does he race James Thurston? Remember earlier in the race I mentioned those two are rivals? Well, does he race him with aggression or does he respect the fact that he's second place?
I mean, you got to be aggressive. You always, as a lap car, I think, have to respect the person that's on the lead lap. But this is his race. Yeah. I mean, if he is caught a lap down and not the lucky dog, his race is effectively over if there's not a bunch of cautions after that.
Now, here's the thing. There is still somewhat of an advantage for what they did. So there will be possibly a rule change for if you get your lap back. You may have to hold it for a little longer because I think when they came down pit road, let the leaders on by, and got back on the track, they weren't exactly allowing the whole field back. It definitely was at least somewhat around half. And that's why you now see Mubik running up front, give or take. Now, let's say a caution comes out now. It wouldn't mean anything. One of them gets the lucky dog and the other one doesn't. Mubik has to now race River Page. But if things continue and Mubik unlaps himself, if he can, what happens?
I mean, he's right back in this race. I mean, but I want to point out somebody really quick that's on the same wavelength here as Mubik. In 17th, Gregory was about to go a lap down with the 42. Now he is up in the top 20 mix, racing for 16th with Vijay Kumar. So that was the lucky side of it. You get the 23 now going, getting passed by the leader of Garza as well. And you're seeing with these lappers, it's starting to spread out a bit of the pack.
Yeah.
Is Steinmeier just a lap down at this point?
I believe he is. Yep. So right now, Steinmeier has to race Mubik because Mack is running for that lucky dog position.
3 cars between the 23 and 42.
And let's not forget, Mack has been pretty high up in the field. He finished, or should I say was 4th at one point in this race. Lowest is 38th, currently 26. We said attrition was going to mean something. It has definitely meant something up to this point. Thurston, there he goes for the race lead.
He's making the move. 8-car Garza's going to get the run.
Just still so good on that outside.
And he's got it.
Adam Garza doing what he can.
Closing in on only 100 laps left in this race, and he is in firm control of the race. Mitchum led the most laps so far tonight, but he's mired in the 6th spot.
Schmidt, Lilly, Mitchum, around 5th or 6th in that group. You look at the top 7, just around a second of each other, and that's still with lap machines in the mix of it. Thurston couldn't complete the pass when he wanted to, down to 3 and 4. But Basin sits 3rd. He's got a lap machine of Steinmeier and a contender of William Schmidt underneath him.
Yeah, Schmidt just trying to keep pace with Basin, Thurston, and Garza. Meanwhile, Josh Lilly up there, I believe in the 5th position now.
Lilly, what a move he has had to work his way through this field now up to 6th.
Well, he's ahead of Mitchum. He should be in the 5th spot. And look, Mitchum is the only car on that high line. Now Lilly is 2 cars between the lucky dog battle. If you're a fan of Braden Mubik, you need him to get past that 23 Toyota.
So they're showing Lilly as 6. Well, now he is 6. He has Michael Mitchum do his inside. I wonder if we were on a replay, and I believe that's what it was. So Mitchum 5th, Lilly 6th. We're just a little bit behind to go watch back on the replay. Garza, Thurston, Basin, Schmidt. That is the top 4.
And you're looking back a little bit more. It looks like Mubik is starting to fall back through the pack. That 42 is just does not have the horses to keep up with the rest of this pack.
So here's Joe, now up to 7th. And Joe's been a fun contender to go ahead and watch, mainly because he has been all over the place. But how many laps has Joseph Armstrong led? 0. If you'd have told anyone with any sports betting odds, if Joseph Armstrong would lead a lap before lap 200, everyone would have said, duh. Now he's 7th.
Well, we're within about 30 or so laps, maybe a little bit more or less, whatever it might be. We're within that 400-mile range, and with 100 miles left to this race, or a little over 100 miles at this point, 100 laps, we're starting to get in crunch time. You got to position yourself to go for this win. These two have done perfectly at that.
I remember at one point we considered this being a 400-mile race. And you want to know what an extra 100 miles does to a driver? Get ready.
You're going to see it, because with 105 laps to go, they're still racing really hard, but there's plenty of time left to make some moves, as Armstrong is doing 3 wide, one of those being a lapper, but he is up to the top 5 in this race.
Man, White to the inside, Michael Mitchum to the outside, and Contreras still with Steinmeier toe-to-toe. He is on the move. You can't question that. Joe has something going for him, but so does James Thurston. He is not allowing Adam Garza to get away.
A quick update on that lucky dog battle. Muffik now 3rd in that battle. The 26 of River Page has made it past him as well. So, you know, it's looking like dire straits at this point. Not, though, for the guys up front. Coming to 103 laps to go. Garza and Thurston all over each other, 1st and 2nd. Basin right with them, and a 2nd back to Schmidt.
Closing in on 100 laps to go. Nathan Lyons back in 10th. Carlos Truther up to 11th. Abraham Vila in 13th. Fighting with Brummett. Fighting with Muvick. Fighting with Yahir Rodriguez, Michael Gregory, and Vijay Kumar.
Yeah, I mean, look at Krall as well. He's up in the 18th spot. Top 20 run just ahead of Drew Jua in the 19th spot. Lane Sanders battling him at the end of the top 20.
Look at Drew back to 19th. He was just up front running.
And then there's Delgado in that Sabrina Carpenter Chevy, is it? I couldn't see, but
Chevrolet.
Yeah, he is running top 20 now, doing her proud.
Look at this, 3 wide. Contreras, Mitchum, Joseph Armstrong, Josh Lilly up there. This has been the wildest intermediate E-Tech we've ever had, because nothing is going to what you're used to seeing.
Well, nothing's straightforward so far. There's so much shuffling through this pack. I mean, just look just outside the top 10, Carlos Truther.
I mean, usually when we have an E-Tech, we like to invite 40 drivers that we know could easily win a race. But I think tonight is the closest we've ever gotten to it. That's not a super speedway.
Yeah, but that 8-car Adam Garza, man, he is just on a rail, coming to 100 laps to go.
You know how many times an 8 has won an E-ticket event?
How many?
0. Tonight could change.
Hey, we're in the revitalization age of the 8. I think we can go with 100 laps left to a possible 8 victory.
Could it be? Could it be? Armstrong, Schmidt. Now don't leave out that closer, because William Schmidt is there in 4th. 3 wide, 2 wide. Mitchum, Lilly. With Nathan Lyons all the way down to the inside. Now they've been really pushing the envelope. Dean Brummett at one point was running up front. He sits 15th. Chase Krall, I think this may be the highest he's been all race. He's up to 16th. One of the slower movers to get up there, nonetheless, has found his way on the tower. And Michael Gregory at one point in 9th. I would say out of all the drivers we have seen who ran the best in the daytime, Rodriguez, until the nighttime came in and things really took a turn.
Yeah, it has been a big turn so far tonight, but you're seeing what track position will do. I mean, look at Michael Mitchum. He is just hanging on to that thing on the high side. He's got a lapper behind him, but then he's got Lyons just in front of him. This battle just in front of both of them. And Armstrong in the 4th spot. I mean, he's just slowly chipping away at it. Meanwhile, chipping away, Thurston chipping away at that wall and falling further and further behind Garza.
Oh, man, Basin is so strong on this end of the speedway. And this 11 knows what he has to do to catch Garza, but what a night Adam Garza has had. If he doesn't win this race, he's going to be kicking himself.
Yeah, because he has got to be closing in now on around 100 laps led in this thing.
Checking now, 84. So he has surpassed Michael Mitchum, who's now running an 8th. And really one of the biggest leads we've had since nightfall.
Yeah, this is probably the biggest one we've seen since the Suns went down, with 96 laps left.
Lyons, Schmidt, Mitchum, River Page. Remember, River Page is a lap down. He's trying to find his way back on the lead lap. He needs to get out in front of Max Steinmeier, which he does. So if a caution comes out now, River Page will get the lucky dog.
Yeah, a great effort on his part to get that lucky dog award, at least if it were to come out. And man, we heard something in the back.
Frank DeAngelis may have been involved in an incident. Wasn't him. Max Steinmeier goes around in the caution waves with 95 to go.
8th time tonight, the yellow will wave. Not enough time for that 42.
No, River Page gets the lap back. He'll be the lucky dog. I don't believe Mubik will stay out for the wave around, but once again, Max Steinmeier doing oh so well for a good portion of this race. Now it doesn't end up that way. Let's see what happened.
See that 26 right up there, the 3M car, that's where he had to get up to. So I wonder if it was a desperate move or just trying to be aggressive or just...
Yeah, contact with DeAngelis.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Hard
what
hit.
A lick.
Luckily, nobody else involved.
I mean, just got dead into him. Let's watch again.
So watch that 69 car goes low.
I mean, Mac did come down the track just a tad, but I don't think it's enough to say it was fully his fault, but that overcorrect was tough. You saw DeAngelis with Abraham Vila. Vila then getting in the back end of the 69. All right, another caution in this race. Race on pit road. Who's it going to be? Garza again. Puts Basin in second. Puts Thurston in third. And we will get ready for a restart unless Michael Gregory stays out. And, well, it looks like he is staying out. Look at these race cars just for a moment. And tell me they have not been through battle.
Oh,
Here's Garza. Tough to see in an all-black scheme.
No, you can see all that dirt on it.
But how about all that dirt and grime?
You can see it all over these cars, but I wonder if Gregory's just staying out, maybe lead a lap, get a little air time, and then go in the pits, you know, just to stay out of trouble. Maybe extend, if there is a long run, that fuel window an extra lap, or if he's actually going to stay out and doesn't look like it. He's going to jump on in.
Jump on in. So Cody Meadows will get one of the laps back. According to admin reports, Frank DeAngelo said his throttle stuck. Now, is that true? Not sure. That did come from the 69 camp, and we'll get ready to see exactly what happens from here on out. So Garza, Basin, Thurston, Joseph Armstrong, Eladon Contreras, 93 laps to go in this race. And from what we heard, reports 11 are out of this race. 26 now should be on the lead lap. And maybe 12 now out of the race with that of Max Steinmeier. What a race, what a night we have had. The excitement level has been high. The racing has been loud. And you gotta wonder what's next.
I want to see is who would be the lucky dog as we run now. Braden Mubik, the only one lap down. Next closest to him on the racetrack, Cody Meadows, 9 laps behind him. As long as nobody else gets lapped, if the caution comes out, the 42 will be back in this thing.
Garza, Basin, Thurston, Armstrong. Lights off on the safety truck. Well, it's been a fun event. It's been a grueling event as well. And you wonder, is there anything else we still have not seen?
Oh, yeah, there is. Oh, yeah.
92 to go in the Great American 500.
We're seeing that move work on the restarts for the leaders each time. Now, Garza's done it twice in a row. Tries to block the 4. Can he close the door? He does.
Man, going down on the apron. It was a land rush of limbo.
And now the battle is for second. Basin with the run again. A blink from Contreras. Another blink from him.
Aggressive moves being made. Tight racing.
And a battle for the lead. Basin underneath. He has the spot. Has the corner. Here he comes for the lead. Barely the 8 at the line.
Can Garza hold on to it? 1 and 2.
He's going to go to the high side. Try and get a big run built up. It's going to keep him beside the 11.
And I'm telling you, Nathan Lyons just ran Thurston to the outside wall. He's been doing that recently. Here's the fight for the lead.
He's got it for now. Another blink, this time from Basin.
4 wide behind. Lilly, outside retaining wall. Truther got through.
And you're just seeing it all through this pack. Everyone jumping on it because they know how important it is early in this run. Thurston now going to try and make the high side work.
He's doing what he can.
And it's going to get him to the second position. Run on the high side. He's got it.
Warning Dylan Basin Internet.
And underneath Basin, a little bit of a nudge. Armstrong trying to get up to the 3rd spot. First time we've called his name this high in the field tonight.
90 to go. Oh, trouble!
Big one.
Abraham Velo around, and he just collects more. That looked to be Josh Lilly.
Jua.
That's going to be about 6 or 7 other machines. Drew Jua, Christian Delgado, and that's the impact we worried would happen with 89 laps to go. Look at the lick to Christian Delgado. From the apron to the outside wall, hopes and dreams of winning an e-ticket are dashed.
Lucky dog. 42.
Yep.
Braden Mavick.
Lilly, heavy damage. Carlos Truther, look at him.
Oh, that car's junked in the back. And the front.
I would say that was the big one.
Oh, it's either he can barely steer or he's just having a little fun trying to get the good out of it before it's totaled.
Nah, I don't think that one's going to be turning.
Nope, it's done. At this point, he's just trying to get that extra lap in.
And how did it all happen? Let's go back a lap earlier just to get the full picture.
So we'll definitely watch Abraham Vila in the 1. It sparks around where he's at. I think he was involved.
Truther making moves.
Oh, yep, 3 wide on the bottom, right at the tail end of the top 10. Oh, it's ahead of him. It's
Kenyon,
Kenyon.
Mitchum. Let's go back.
So
just a little more. There are 3 wide here. Look at Nathan. He's been doing that all race long, running guys up the track. And this time he gets into Mitchum, which then hits Kenyon. And I don't think this one's going to be held lightly at all.
No, that was pretty egregious. I know you get tight early on in the run. And then you see from there, Vila's trying to avoid, but he's slowed down right into Vijay Kumar. That gets him down the racetrack into Truther and into Drew Jua. Drew Jua with some pretty big hits in this.
Look at Delgado. I mean, absolutely just a massive hit. Josh Lilly nowhere to go. How did he get clipped? Oh, he just drove up the track. And it's slippery down there because all the dirt, we talked about that, all that dirt that gets on the pavement, I wonder if he possibly got in that with drivers going through the grass. He's going to need an espresso. Caution out once again. And we will continue to monitor the situation. We will not be going green this time by.
How many do we have left in this thing?
And that's going to be the big thing. Drew Jua out of this race. Delgado, he's in. Horley's out. We still haven't heard yet from some of these guys. Josh Kenyon, he had damage. Mosteller is still in pit road, just wanting to finish the race. Carlos Truther, he has now called it a night. Packing the bags. He's heading home. James Bomar, he's back in maybe with damage. I'm telling you, I think we're going to be down to 20 drivers by the time we get back going.
Who's 18th at the moment. Braden Mavick.
Yeah, 18th on back. They're all still on pit road.
So we got Jua in the 16th, 17th spot.
Nathan Lyons will be given an L1 and an L2. He'll be driving down pit road. It's such an impact because think about it, you race 400 miles and then that happens. You just think to yourself, what else could have gone wrong? What else? Why was I in that position? Why was it then? Why wasn't it later? And unfortunately for drivers, an end to a race it will be.
Look who's up in the third spot, Frank DeAngelis.
Yeah. We're going to delay it just one more time before we get back going just to get a word with some drivers on the impact and what happened. Cleanup currently underway here at Chicagoland. Let's go ahead and speak with some drivers. And we know for sure some of these guys were very much involved. Josh Kenyon, John Ramos.
Yeah, what's up, John?
It happened there. Lions up the track. Thought process.
You know, I like Lions. He's a reserve driver for RGR for Gavin, who couldn't make it. And I have no words. Me and Mitchum were running good. I finally came back from a pretty wrecked car, and then, you know, he still doesn't understand why he got a penalty for it, but he came all the way from the bottom, slammed Mitchum, got into me, and I had this weird neck coat hit, so I'm the pits. I got about 1 minute left. I had 5 minutes, but I think it's pretty much done because it's going to be hard to get my laps back. But before that, I was having a great race. Setup's really fun. A lot of people are complaining about it, but I mean, it shows that I'm really not a good driver here at these 1.5 mile and 2 mile tracks, but you know, I'm doing good. I'm having fun. So yeah, it's not going to ruin my night, but if I get back out there, something may or may not happen.
All right, well, we're going to get the one to go this time by. Unfortunate news out of him. Let's, on a lighter note, talk to a driver in the top 4. I can't believe what we're seeing. Frank DeAngelis, P4 as of this moment.
P3. Thought I would stay out, went a couple laps, avoided that big one that finally happened. I don't deserve to be up front. I'm only up front because everyone's wrecking themselves, so hopefully I stop wrecking, or I don't wreck myself, and everyone else does.
All right, well, we'll get ready to see what you can do. First e-ticket could be on the horizon for that of Frank DeAngelis. 85 laps to go. It has been a very entertaining race. If you're watching back at home, it's been entertaining since the drop of the green flag. But we have seen everything thick and thin. Have we seen everything thick and thin? Matt Green in the Great American 500. Garza quick down on the apron.
And it's just a swarm at this point. Garza has the lead. After that, 4 wide for second.
3 wide, 4 wide. Man, Lane Sanders, he's trying everything.
I think everyone's trying everything at this point. Armstrong, though, up to the 2nd spot. He has been on the charge for 100 laps now, and he is almost there.
But can he find his way around Adam Garza?
That's a big question. Can anyone find their way around him? When he gets the lead, he is difficult to get past.
Mitchum in 4th, Schmidt in 5th, Basin in 6th. Yahir Rodriguez finding a nice sneak through. Michael Gregory jumping off Chase Crawl.
He's somebody who got bailed out earlier, making the best of it. Behind him, Braden Mubbock at the tail end of this pack in 19th, just trying to make any ground up towards the front. The front guy being Adam Garza.
Armstrong into 2nd, Schmidt back down on the inside, watching on from 3rd. Michael Mitchum just can't get away through. How has this 8 perfected this setup while so many are still struggling? We may just not know, but Adam Garza has got to be smiling in that cockpit.
Yeah, not yet, because Joseph Armstrong with 82 to go, and that 92 is on a mission. He is flying up towards the front, and he's closing on that 8 machine.
Schmidt in 4th. Looks top, nothing to do with it. Looks bottom. No, can't go there either, because James Thurston has got a part.
Oof. Another scrape against the wall, and we see that be Basin And underneath him, Rodriguez has not been up towards the front this far since about lap 3. The Chicago native, 2 Chicago natives in this race running top 7.
Yeah, here Rodriguez still making a name for himself in this community. Knowing how big a wing could be and making all that work.
And Armstrong, he is just flying up towards the front. Only 2/10 now between him and Garza.
Slicing, dicing, look at Thurston trying to keep Schmidt at bay.
It's going to be difficult. Schmidt is the closer, we call him, and with 80 to go, the bell is being rung to bring him up towards the front.
Garza versus Joe, 79 to go.
Top 6 now have escaped the pack. They're all the ones in the line just trying to find a way. Armstrong only a 10th behind. He is sticking right with that 8 car.
I just don't think it's over because that 92 has arrived. Can he break the bubble?
I just want to point out, too, the 42 has made his way to the top 15. He's passed about 5 cars in the last couple laps. Battle for the lead. Armstrong looking low. He turns him.
Garza around, middle of the field. Mitchum's in it. Saves it just after getting tagged. Caution will wave.
Did he turn him or did the 8 turn himself? That's the question we'll see on the replay.
And I think everyone's jaw just slammed the floor. Damage heavy for the 8 of Adam Garza. Has led the most laps in this race. And now you wonder, can that be fixed?
We'll see. We'll see what happened on this, whether or not the 8 turned himself or got turned. A rough break for the 8 car. Lucky enough, at least on his part, if there is to be any luck garnered from this. Not many cars in this race. He would restart in the 21st position, depending on where pitting goes at the worst.
Oh my. Let's watch. Did he come down?
That's what I want to see. We need to slow it down to see.
All right, let's see it here. I know we got a great camera shot.
Yeah, at first it looked like the 92 just spun him, but it looked like the 8 could have went down too. Let's see. Get off the corner here. Close to get.
Oh.
Nope. He kind of kept forcing him down. Eventually the 92's got to hold his ground.
I think he probably expected Joe to go down to the apron, but that's all on the 8.
Yeah. That's not I was wrong. You did not turn him. You can only expect that so far until eventually, you just got to accept the guy is there.
It has been a wild night of racing.
So does he make the charge up through the pack and possibly have the comeback win himself?
Ugh, silence has filled the booth. I think silence has filled the households because Abraham Vila, was that a 2-tire stop?
It might have been because he won the race off pit road in front of Armstrong and Basin.
All right, gonna change some things up here with 76 laps to go. But I just wonder, what is next there for Adam Garza? 17th, still on pit road. We know a lot of drivers have been impacted by the race tonight with just the attrition that was expected. James Thurston has damage. He's 1 lap down as well. He's on pit road. Vijaya Kumar, race leader. I think he just stayed out. So it should give it to Abraham Vila.
And look who will be in the top 10 if Vijaya Kumar pits. Braden Mubbick.
Let's go talk to him again. I know we talked to him a lot, but he's had everything in this race. Well, first, actually, let's talk to Joseph Armstrong. Joe Armstrong, John Ramos, you got a copy?
Yeah, what's up? I got you.
Happened right in front of you. Looks like he came down. Thought process.
I had pressure tires, so I was trying to take advantage of them. So I sailed it off into 3. And came off of 4, and I was side by side, so the thought process was to side draft him, then the front. And we just kind of met in the middle, I guess. I was trying to hold him up, he was trying to come down. And then the contact happened. Like, it's a shame it happened because he's been up front all race. Him and Thurston have been kind of up front, so they were going to be contenders for sure. But I don't think I did anything wrong. I was just trying to take advantage of the circumstances. Oh, I was like, what? But
Is it
yeah,
fixed?
at the end of it, it's what?
It's fixed, brother.
Oh, it's all right.
It's fixed. Joe's got great speed. You two are going to be fun to watch as we get ready to race.
Oh yeah. Are you picking the top wheel or what's going on? Are you running it?
All right, well, we're going to let them go. Wanted to try to squeeze both of them in time before this restart. Braden Movick says the car is fixed. Joe has speed. 75 laps to go in the Great American 500.
Did not get clear. Armstrong staying with Vila on that one.
Basin can't make a move. DeAngelis opens up a lane. That for Braden Movick.
They're going to stay side by side again. He's moving down. A little bit of side draft in between the two of them.
Armstrong outside lane. Vila inside lane. On rails. Holds on to the race lead.
Going to keep it for now, and you're seeing that battle behind him. Field all getting bunched up 2 by 2.
Caution.
The 10th of the night.
And it may have been for Vijaya Kumar. Drew Jua, Josh Kenyon. I believe there was an incident deeper in the field we just did not see. Let's go watch back. Lane Sanders, oh no. Kumar into Gregory, and around they went. Michael Gregory was 1 lap down at the moment, and it will bring out a quick yellow.
Yo, John, we're getting close to, at least for regulation, that is.
Yeah.
The fuel window, 60 laps. 50 to 60 laps, give or take. You can.
If you can do 61, great. If you want to go for 62, awesome. But when we go back green, there is no shot in my mind any of these guys can make it to the end on fuel unless we get another caution, maybe right away.
No, yeah, I don't think they pit this time, but more is just saying that we get another caution. I would expect some people to come in and pit that might want to take that chance. I don't see us getting that far, though, and getting a green flag run to the end with how aggressive they are, but there's some taken.
Whoa, Dylan Basin coming to pit road. And if we didn't have anyone in the top 15 pit, we're going to go 1 to green this time. But with Basin coming in, that opens up a lot of strategy, right? I mean, this now changes up a big dynamic in the race. Now, 500 miles of racing really changes things up. Like this driver here now has a shot at winning after being in everything that's been thrown at him. Grumman still got a shot. James Bomar still has a shot. Nathan Lyons, remember he caused that incident, is now up to the 12th position. So we're going to see how this all runs out with 71 to go. And we're hearing some talk with drivers. And some of them are not happy that they're cutting the apron before the start-finish line.
Is there any rule about that?
I'm not sure. And the admins asked me, I said, you're the admins, make the call.
There was no talk about it in the driver's meeting not to do it.
There was no talk about it in the driver's meeting. That is true. And we are hearing not enforcing it. Let them keep doing it. That's big. That is big because everyone knows about it now. That's the big thing. You can't just enforce something halfway through without there being a rule, right?
Now you can defend. Now, though, you got to learn to defend it, too.
Yeah. Time for battle. 70 laps to go. Joe, Vila, Mitchum, Schmidt, Rodriguez. 11:18 East Coast time, 10:18 Central. 500 miles of racing to end off the 2024 season. And we all wait, we all see. As Abraham Vila and Joseph Armstrong bring us down the backstretch just one more time. What a race it has been. And oh boy, it's not done yet. To think all of the things that happen in this race. You can have 2 or 3 tickets with them. To know that we still have a lot to play. The storylines, the heartbreaks, the heartaches. And now we get ready to try it again. Vila on the inside, Armstrong on the outside. Green for Chicagoland.
And Armstrong has been the best, I think, at defending this so far. He just stays right on the door, give a little contact. He's going to be side by side through 1 and 2. They're oh so close in front of Mitchum.
Man, he doesn't want Vila to have any advantage off turn 2.
Forcing him down the track. 38 gives a push.
Mitchum. Oh, he's got Schmidt.
And Vila is going to keep the lead. Remember, he got out there with a 2-tire pit stop.
And I was wondering, man, with Joe's move, could he possibly get an advantage?
He's looking low. Oh, the one's pushing.
And here comes Armstrong.
Contact.
Gets into him off turn 2.
Gets some contact down the racetrack again. He sends him up.
Vila into the wall. Hard hit, doesn't go around, no caution, we stay green.
Oh, that car is total.
It's done.
Look at the right front, and man, what a move by the 09.
Can't get to pit road.
Look at that right front.
Wow. Joe, the race leader, let's take a peek back to it.
So if you watch, the hole is opened up here. 92 keeping it down to the bottom, fresher tires. The 1 starts drifting up the racetrack. Contact between them. 1 chases him back down.
Did Joe get into him? Did Vila get into him? Whether you love Joe, whether you don't love Joe, someone's rooting against that 92 with 66 to go. Here comes the closer in William Schmidt.
Yeah, but he's got some company behind him, a snarling pack of race cars. And look who's going for the 5th position, Braden Movick, making maybe the comeback of a lifetime.
They said this event was going to be good. I don't think anyone expected it to be this amazing.
That 42 is loose. That's the first battle for position side by side on the racetrack. Schmidt just dogging that 92 of Armstrong.
P2. Michael Mitchum, P3. Ahir Rodriguez, P4. Movick, Contreras, 5th and 6th. River Page, James Bomar, 7th and 8th.
42 making it work. Only 4 ahead of him now. Field's starting to get strung out. And you look, and the damage had to have been maybe not overly severe, but enough that Garza has not made up any ground at all on this restart. He is still stuck last car on the lead lap.
Wow. How many cars still running, you may ask? We're looking at, I want to say around 25. Still attempting to race, really still in contention to drive. You still got some of them on pit road. I want to say around 28, but only 18 now left on the lead lap. Look at the damage from Garza. Most laps led tonight. If you're just tuning in, look at that. 102 of the 272, and he is just holding on 7 seconds off versus the leaders.
Yeah, Movick now up to the 4th position. You see that 42 is just picking them off one at a time. Armstrong playing defense on Schmidt and Mitchum all between this.
There's Mikey Mitchum, the damage on the right front.
And look who's peeking up from the high side.
Man, and these cars look so good, right? They look fantastic when they're brand new. They're on the showroom, and then all of a sudden, you get them under the green flag conditions for the first time. They pop under the lights, under that sunset, and now they look like they've seen everything. They've gone through battle. They have fought nose to nose, toe to toe, wheel to wheel. And I say nose to nose because some of them have been nose to nose in multiple moments.
And Schmidt with that lead now.
And William Schmidt will take the race lead. From that, a Joseph Armstrong. This is the window. We see a caution. They can go green the rest of the way.
Such aggressive racing. Bomar, he's right up there over Mavic. He's somebody getting back into the mix of this thing.
And remember, off turn 2, he got into the outside wall. He sits fourth. Bomar has never won an e-ticket event, nor has Mitchum, nor has DeAngelis, Rodriguez, and Contreras.
Frank got into the back of Bomar. He's trying to make his way up. It's like a mini pack race right now. Top 11, 12, all together.
60, now 59 to go. What can you do with what you have to offer?
Ooh, had to get out of the throttle there for Bomar. That's going to let the rest of these guys get past him on the bottom.
And these guys have raced. For the ones back at home, maybe at some point during this race, you had to go up to use the restroom. You had to go get some popcorn. You had to go check in on some things. These guys, for Old Trouble Contreras.
And that's going to collect, I think, that Lane Sanders.
There's a one-car incident. Remember, we don't have as many cars on the track. They're not throwing the yellow.
I think it also collected the 86.
It was that of Lane Sanders. But Sanders still rolls. They're calling it a single-car spin. Contreras gets it backfired. We stay green.
Up front, 79-92, going for that lead still, battling beside each other now.
Move underneath.
Armstrong does not want to be denied. He is doing everything he can to get that lead back, take control of the race, and he does.
Armstrong leader, Mitchum in third. Does he get squeezed wide? Frank DeAngelis up to fifth.
He's making it work on that high side, battling that 16 machine.
Josh Kenyon, there he is, wounded car. Racing has been great, no doubt about it. But the odds of winning, oh boy, they're tough.
Oh, they very much are, because it's hard to stay up there. Garza's, another one around. Looks like Nathan Lyons, I want to say.
Oh, back half, and it was. Caution's going to wave. Lyons around for 15th.
All right, we can make it to the end here. I expect most everyone to pit this time.
Let's ask the chat. Do we see a first-time e-ticket winner? Let us know. Joe Armstrong has never won an e-ticket.
See, that's surprising because he has been up front for so many of these races. But, I mean, look, all race long we talk about underdogs, and look at the top three as we run right now. Armstrong, Schmidt, Mavic, top three in this race. Mitchum, an up-and-comer in NR Night. Wow. So what happens here?
I would say a little bit of payback.
Oh, yeah, that's revenge.
By Josh Kenyon.
I think the Biggin got a piece of that too.
Well, eye for an eye. Pit road's open. I know some said they were good on fuel, others were not.
All right.
And we're gonna see 2 tires, 4 tires, splash of gas. How do you play this? Do you put too much fuel in there? Do you put enough just in case you have an overtime as well? I mean, for a green-white checkered,
we're going to have a lot going.
So Nathan Lyons not out of the race as of this moment. That was a spin. Josh Kenyon very much given the payback. Douglas Newbigging comes off first with now Joe Armstrong in the second position.
After that, we got Braden Mavic, William Schmidt, and Frank DeAngelis, your top 5.
54 laps to go. It's just hard to get a pinpoint on anyone.
Yeah, you really can't. It's these restarts are so much more important now than they were earlier in this race to get ahead, because there are guys that we've seen make big moves. Armstrong, Mavic, Schmidt, they've made big moves. Bomar has tonight. But it's harder this far into the race to really make up that ground.
So what does that mean for these guys?
Go
Meadows
and go hard.
Cody Meadows still there running, trying to get his laps back. We've seen him in front of the field most of the time. He's now 8 laps down. He's been able to make up actually like 4 or 5 laps just by doing all this. And we're hearing no penalty for what happened there. So Douglas Newbigging, the race leader. Joe Armstrong will be in second. Mavic will be in third. And Braden, nope, check that. William Schmidt will be in the 4th position. Lots gone on. Let's get back green.
By the way, before we go back green, probably be the last update tonight because I think it's pretty much in the bag here. Notre Dame with 52 seconds left in the Battle of Indiana, beating the Hoosiers 27-11. They'll go on to play second-ranked Georgia. Wow. Yeah. But again, back to the Battle of Illinois here with 52 to go this time by. Do we expect Armstrong to make it past Newbigging? I mean,
it's going to be tough. It really is. I mean, it's tough to look at. It's tough to wonder. I mean, you get the lights off. The pace truck makes the hard left. The crown's on its feet. Who knows what's next? 52 to go in the Great American 500.
Good restart for Newbigging. He's going to get the lead. He's clear. 4 wide. Mavic, DeAngelis, Armstrong, Schmidt. And it's going to be Braden Mavic looking for more.
Yeah, here goes around. That's with Schmidt. That's with Brummett. And they wreck him up again. Basin.
Not going to have any cars left. Oh my gosh.
Well, we know they're aggressive, that's for sure.
Yeah, we know they're aggressive. I mean, look at...
How many yellows are we up to now?
12. By my count, I might have missed one.
Man. Let's watch back. I think once again it was one of those nowhere to go moments for most of the field. But man, did it go ahead and spice things up. Yahir gets loose, comes down the track and just racked them in. Without a shadow of a doubt, look at him. Loose in the middle. Nowhere else for anyone else to go. Who's left?
Well, we have a thing on our end that we can at least look.
We still got 18 right now on the lead lap. Adam Garza is 1 lap down. He should get the lucky dog with that if he got his damage fixed, which he will. Check in on Adam Garza. Let's go take a look at this. No, still damage. And not exactly out of it yet. We are still looking at 18, now 19 drivers on the lead lap. So actually with that caution, we got more drivers back on the lead lap. But the damage is going to be the tough one to look at because you had Dean Brummett, who is now on pit road with others, as we get ready to diagnose what is next. 50 laps to go in the Great American 500, and the caution waves once again. Late night, fun night, exciting night.
Just past 11:30 on the East Coast.
Yep.
It's going to be a late one. But boy, has it been a fun one.
It's going to be tough to see exactly how this race fully winds down. We will get the one to go here. DeAngelis, New Bigging, Braden Mulvick, Joseph Armstrong, River Page, James Bomar. Lined up toe-to-toe as we get ready to go green once more. Bomar, Mitchum, and we'll get ready to do it all again. Douglas New Bigging and Frank DeAngelis.
5th place, River Page. He had gotten the lucky dog earlier. 3rd place, Braden Mulvick. He had to get the lucky dog earlier. Vijay Kumar involved in so much stuff up in the top 10. Chase Krall.
Chase Krall up inside the top 10. He was in the 30s earlier in this race.
I tell you what, I could tell how excited he was for this race, that car, because I saw that 88 car on Twitter every single day. And I loved it because it's a great looking scheme. And now it's paying off for him.
49 laps to go in the running. Doug, DeAngelis, Armstrong, Mulvick, pace truck. Hard left onto pit road just one more time.
And away we go.
What do you have to offer, Douglas New Bigging?
Big move. Frank doesn't go down there. Armstrong does. 3 wide for the race lead.
Armstrong up the middle. DeAngelis tries to sneak through past the 42. Couldn't do it there.
Well, we've seen Armstrong rough it up to get that lead before. Does it happen again? Big push from the 42 into the 7. 3 wide again for the lead. Mulvick going for it.
Gets 1, gets 2. From the back to the front. 2 or 3 times Mulvick leads it here in Chicago.
But it's not done yet. Armstrong fighting hard down low. River Page, he's going to take him 3 wide. Contact. He makes it work. More contact.
Slamming, rubbing, shoving, and Joe takes it back.
Behind him, though, that 42 looks clear. He's got it. He's got the 2nd spot. River Page to 3rd.
Will it be a first e-ticket win for Joseph Armstrong, or will it be a 3rd for Braden Mulvick?
Oh, let's see what the run has for him. He goes to the high side. Armstrong gets the run in. Mulvick getting the run off. Can't make it happen.
Page in 3rd. Lyons back to 5th. New Bigging in 4th.
So front 4 or so. Single file breaking out a little bit. Armstrong trying to get at least some kind of lead over the 42.
Douglas New Bigging P4. River Page P3. 25 e-ticket events will have been completed at the completion of this running. 25, and we have never seen one quite like this before.
Oh, you look, Mulvick looked low, then high, looks down low again. Chat's saying it, trying to have the Mulvick miracle tonight, going low, side by side again.
He's got him off exit. Toyota versus Chevy, blink by Joe. Still drawing even to turn 1.
River Page sitting right with him, a whole new cast of characters behind him now. New Bigging, Lyons, DeAngelis trying to get the high side hooked up, still side by side for the lead. 92 has the advantage.
But for how long? Because Joe is gonna get loose to turn 3.
Mulvick now has the edge. He has about 300s, not now. It's the 92 again. They just keep seesawing it.
Armstrong the leader, New Bigging slides.
Oh, he's gonna go back up the track.
Does he hit anything? By himself, and it's gonna get the caution.
Man.
That's gonna bring him out again. Let's see what happened with Douglas New Bigging. And Frank. Contact once, contact twice.
Pack does a good job missing him. So that's caution 13 of the night.
13. What's the most we've had in e-ticket? 16?
I think so. But I don't remember which race it was, but I can look back actually on the year really quick.
Yeah, you can.
Let's see what we got.
I think it was 16. I think it was Daytona.
So yeah, we had 13 for Daytona this year.
Okay, we're at the even amount of that.
12 for Talladega.
That's about right.
That's about right, yeah. 7 for Indianapolis.
Yeah. I know NWP didn't have that.
Let's see, not 5 for the NWP shootout. Let's see what NWP had. 6. And Tailgate had 11. So one more and we'll have the most this year.
This year. I think 16 was the 23 500, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so it'd be the most since then, I believe. Because the other ones we had a lot of low caution races. Race off pit road this time. Muvic's there. Does he get it off? Looks like it's Frank DeAngelis.
But if he caused that incident, he's getting an L1.
Then it'd be River Page.
Yep. So they're checking to see if Frank DeAngelis indeed caused the incident. If that is the case, he's headed to the back.
Braden Muvick to 7th. He's now got Wilkerson ahead of him. Wilkerson quietly become a contender in this race.
He has. And that was one of the big wonders. If he can get things going in his right direction late, there's going to be an opportunity. But 40 laps to go, there's not a lot to work with. And Frank DeAngelis will be given an L1 penalty, which will mean Joseph Armstrong goes to 2nd, River Page goes to the race lead, and we will get ready to 1 to go.
That's rough, buddy.
Late night, hanging out with us. Final stream of the year. Just about 20 minutes.
For both of us.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
20 minutes from top of the hour. 20 minutes from Saturday morning on the East Coast. And we know what's at stake. Can River Page pull up an upset? Can Joseph Armstrong deliver? Can Bomar come back? Or can Lyons do the unthinkable, a sub and win?
Have we ever seen that before?
Never have. Pace car, hard left. Brings it to pit road. 2 by 2, they roll, 39 to go.
Great restart from River Page. Doesn't go down on the apron. And man, Armstrong just muscles his way to the bottom right in front of Bomar.
3 wide, that's for 3rd. Schmidt, Wilkerson, Bomar there in the 20. Page nearly in the wall.
Armstrong just by a nose at the line. Page looks to get it back. A big bump from Lyons.
He's got the lead, but that bump's gonna send him off the track. Here comes Page back through the middle.
No.
Lyons to the lead, 4 wide for the top spot with 38 to go.
And they're moving, they're rubbing on each other. Lyons, Muvick going for it. Page with the run on the high side, gets loose.
Braden Muvick, contact with Page.
He's got it at the line.
This is the energy you always come in to see. Now can the 42 stick with it? Still 4 wide with Schmidt.
A lot of contact. You'd think they're racing at Bristol, not Chicagoland. Page, Muvick side by side for the lead. Lyons, Armstrong, and Michael Mitchum diving down for 4th.
Oh my goodness, what a race.
John, I don't think that 42 can lead very long. Every time he gets there, he falls back. It might be the aero damage.
And that aero damage that we talked about in Countdown to Green.
But he's going to make that move. He's proven he can get to the lead. He just needs to know when to make a move. 36 to go. It's crunch time.
Page wants to clear. Can't do it off turn 2.
Oh man, Armstrong just cut the nose off that 22. There is no ease given to any competition at this point. You take, and taking the lead is Braden Mubbock. Not for long, here comes River Page.
Last time he raced at Chicagoland in a big race like this, the Great American iRace, it was coded that name when he went toe-to-toe with Anthony Burrows. Is this the Mubbock miracle in the 25th e-ticket event?
He's clear, he's got the lead. Mitchum fighting for second now on the high side.
Oh, just slight contact.
Just barely.
He's got the bow of the kid.
That's just a love tap there, that's nothing. 2 by 2 by 2, all behind the 42. And we just hit lap 300.
Yeah, you got 34 laps to go, and they're racing like they have with 100 to go, 2 to go, or should we say 2 laps into the race.
And look at this. I mean, nobody is getting away. It's a scrum all the way back to 13th.
Page, contact.
That 92 was loose. And you see the top 2 pull away, Mubbock and Mitchum.
Keep an eye, Dylan Basin. He's got to run to the outside.
3 by 3 through this pack as well. There is no one single file back here.
33 to go, and Mitchum is looking to hunt down that 42.
And now he's just got to play defense, just mirror drive that 38.
32 to go. Now what can you do?
Well, at this point, it's about positioning, and positioning is what Bomar is doing to get past Basin for the 3rd spot.
Michael Mitchum is there. He has never won an e-ticket event.
You know who else is there, though? Bomar, you see him. We're riding with him now right behind that 38 Ford. They're going to all stay together. Now Mitchum makes the move.
But Basin is in line. He's with Joseph Armstrong. He's with Jacob Wilkerson, as well as Nathan Lyons. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination. Mitchum underneath Mubbock. Toe-to-toe, now with James Bomar.
3 wide up at the front. Mubbock's going to have to give way. Nope, he's going to try and get that run. Can't make it work. 38-20, battle for the lead, and Michael Mitchum has it.
3 wide for the lead, 4 wide for the lead. And just when we thought we've seen it all, top 10, top 11, top 12 under a second.
And you see that contact, so much contact between these guys. The aggression is peaked, coming to 29 laps left in this race. Mitchum now playing the Department of Defense. He's just trying to figure out which way to go to keep the 42 and the 20 behind him.
And there's just so much at stake for so many of these drivers. Yeah, there's never an opportunity every time you race an e-ticket to actually win. And what I mean by that is you can be a competitor or you can be a true front runner. Mikey spins back half of the field.
Only one.
Single car spin. Mitchum to the lead. Oh, that's got to be dangerous to see in your mirror. The McVice 42, the most iconic scheme in all of NR Night in America. Designed by Tyler Tinsley Tin Can Designs.
Yes, it has been. It's been amazing. And this e-ticket and many others, he's trying to just pull it out with less than 28 laps left in this thing. Looks down low again. 38's going to try and get that run onto the front stretch. Has it, keeps the lead.
Mikey Mitchum, 27 to go. But he's going to be mirror driving, let's be honest. He's staring in that mirror knowing that there's 2 drivers who want to go in and take that spot.
And you're looking at some of these competitors, and Jacob Wilkerson has broken his way into the top 5. He's hungry for an e-ticket win.
He's got Joe behind him. He's got Basin in front of him. Last time PBR was in victory lane for an e-ticket event, Michael Gregory, March of 2022.
It has been a long, long time.
And PCR, the team that Mavic races for, is on the doorstep of another win. Not just that, Chevrolet has won the most e-tickets ever. Ford's in a dry spell. Toyota's in a dry spell. Does Bowtie knock off the big two of the three?
He's trying to chip away at that lead. He's got to get beside the 38 to stay with him on the straightaway.
Bomar far side. Mavic got loose. Bomar underneath the 42.
Oh, he's very, very loose. Now Wilkerson's going to get by. Jacob Wilkerson, top 3, going for second.
And he has a cult following, let's be honest. Every time he goes to victory lane, he actually beat Mavic, Mosteller, and Armstrong at Charlotte Motor Speedway with the Gen 4. Guess how many cautions we had in that race? 0. So he knows how to drive. Do not expect him to do anything else but try to win this race.
Yeah, and he is flying in that Air Force machine.
24 to go. Michael Mitchum, the race leader. James Bomar in second. Wilkerson in third.
You've seen Armstrong try to make a move, basing up at the high side. Wilkerson just trying to keep that nose there, trying to put the pressure on.
And Armstrong's right there. Dylan Basin is right there. Basin, 24 laps led in this race. Now fighting Nathan Lyons.
Down the back, Mavic trying to fight back once more. He's right on the high side of Wilkerson. Loose, loose, loose. Keeps it there, though. They're going to be beside each other on the front.
I don't think it's over. 2 tenths. And you can just see the hounding of machines behind Mavic, behind Wilkerson.
But they're starting to break away a little bit. Top 6 now have a bit of a breakaway over the rest of the pack.
PBR with others. Lyons, Page, Mavic. 2 tenths the difference, and if you're on the Michael Mitchum train, you've got to be excited. You've got to be wondering, what could happen? Could that be what you've been looking for so long? A year ago, he was in the USA 500. We said, hey, that Mitchum kid, he's going to be a future e-ticket champion. You can just tell with how he drove. Now he's leading with a handful of laps to go in a 500-mile event.
20 laps left, this time by Mavic up to the 2nd spot. Armstrong now putting the pressure on Bomar for the 3rd spot. The best of the best are rising up to fight for this win in the Great American 500.
Basin.
And the wall is the 20. 3 wide, Basin up the middle. He shoots the gap. He's got 3rd.
He found his way around Wilkerson, Joe, and Bomar. And the last thing you want to see if you're Michael Mitchum is Mavic and Basin in your rearview mirror.
They are flying up through this pack. 42, 11, 92. They are going to have something to say about who wins this race. Mitchum is not going to go the rest of the way uncontested.
3 tenths. And remember that slip up by James Bomar, by Braden Mavic. That's because of how tough this setup is, how tough this car is to drive with what we have put on display. Worn surface, treacherous corners, and now 18 laps to go to decide who wins the 25th e-ticket event.
42 is there with 18 laps left. Looking low, he's got that low side hooked up. 38 getting the high side running. Armstrong now past Basin for 3rd.
And you know it's great. You can feel it just as much as the drivers are feeling it. You're watching the young gun in Michael Mitchum having to fend off the veteran in Braden Mavic.
And he's doing a great job so far. 1/10 of a second between the two.
It's like David versus Goliath. Here's someone looking for their 3rd e-ticket championship.
But both of you at the front can't mess up, or Armstrong, Basin, Wilkerson, Lyons, Bomar, they're all going to pounce.
He's there. He's there. He's looking to the inside.
He makes the move. Can he make the miracle happen?
Loose off exit. Still with them. 16 to go.
He needs the whole track, it looks like, to try and make that pass work, or at least to stay beside the 38.
Dylan Basin, Nathan Lyons, they watch on from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th spot. Dylan Basin is hand over fist just getting at it.
He's sawing at that thing. Armstrong, though, has cleared these guys. He's trying to make his way back up to the front, too.
Here's Bomar watching on from 7th. Clear view of what's ahead. Here's Movic wanting the race lead, tired of seeing the leader in front of him.
Oh man, here's crunch time. 15 laps left. You've got Braden Movic all over your mirror, all over the track behind you. He's right there.
And now how many times have we seen the leader fall into issues tonight? Adam Garza. Adam Garza led the most laps in this race and wrecked for the race lead.
Yeah, and now he sits almost 20 seconds behind this battle. But Movic, he's got a nose. Not enough.
14 to go. And Joe's fending off Lyons.
Now Muvic's going to follow him, get a little higher up the track, try and get that run behind the 38.
We haven't seen him use the outside, I mean, I think all day long. Like, it has been just that good for others but that 42. Remember what he's gone through to get to this point. From the back to the front after an incident early. The back to the front after another incident to follow. His car was junked. It was done. And now here he sits trying to perform the comeback of a lifetime. We have never seen a driver be able to do what he has done thus far. Now is he a victor or the bridesmaid?
He's making that move. Lapper there with fresh tires. Michael Gregory, he's going to get past him quick, but that might be the difference.
I think Movic can possibly use him as a pick here because he's going to get the run off turn 4.
Just can't quite get enough. He's got the bottom, though, using the apron. He's there. Contact.
Shoved him once. No contact twice. He almost squeezed a 30 in the wall. Here comes Joe for 3rd. Mitchum, the race leader. What are we watching?
That's going to lose him some time here. Muvic's got to regroup. He's got to make his way back up.
This is what's going on. 3rd, 4th, 5th. You saw Lyons and Basin. They kind of went at it.
Now using the high side again. Here comes Armstrong. He's closed the gap with Wilkerson, Lyons, and Basin. Top 6. They pulled away from the rest of them.
And Joe's got a fend. Look at this.
Jeez.
Just all over each other.
Coming to 10 laps to go now. Movic trying to almost diamond the corner. Trying to make up ground that way. 2/10, a little less than 2/10 between the leaders. 10 left.
He has to run where Mitchum isn't. And that's just been the way to do it in this next-gen stock car.
It's a cat and mouse game. What one do I get to have that clean air on my nose? And Muvic's going to pull up a little bit. He's not losing too much ground.
He's 17 back. That's doable. Now the question will be, how far deep do you lunge it? Because if you're 17 back, you can go for it.
92 is loose back there. He's losing ground. He's around.
Basin around, Joe around. That should bring out the caution. Yes, it does. Caution waves. And we're going to have a late race restart.
Oh, boy. But that's 2 contenders that have just been taken completely out of the race for the win. Basin and Armstrong. So, how long have we done this run for? About 20, 30 laps? Do you
and
pit?
We're asking 9. Ooh, I don't know.
You pit for tires.
Let's watch back on a replay first. That would be the easier one. And then I guess we'll have to watch what's next. I think Basin just got into Joe.
And look at this. Look at New Bigging.
New Bigging. Unbelievable. So that's what happened. We need to see who stays out and who comes in. Because I'm willing to gamble. DeAngelis and Kroll are going to stay out. I am willing to gamble that no matter what.
They'll do the opposite of the leaders. If you're in the first couple, you know, if you're Mitchum, Movic, Wilkerson, New Bigging, I'd even say Lyons, you're not in an enviable position. Because if you 5 stay out and everybody else pits, you're screwed. But if you 5 pit and they all stay out, it's bad. If you stay out and they pit, it's bad. And they're coming in. Does anybody stay out?
Oh, man. Let's see. Looking. Nope, they're all in. Sanders in. Contreras in. Garza in. And Brummett's in. Tires. It means that much.
Does anyone take 2? We'll see the race off pit road. They're coming off this time.
Schmidt in. Who's going to make a move?
That's
Mitchum. Newbigging. Mavik's got to beat that 38 out of pit road. Does it. 2 tires Mitchum. 2 tires Newbigging. 2 tires Rodriguez. And Mavic goes back to 8th.
Oh, that's going to be difficult to make up. That's going to be really difficult, but he's made up a lot of these spots before.
2 versus 4. I don't know how that's going to play. Yahir Rodriguez, Douglas Newbigging, Michael Mitchum, River Page. 2 versus 4, Jarrett, what would he have done?
I mean, if you're Mitchum, Newbigging, that's a smart move. Because look how far back it is to Mavic, who took 4. That is 7, 6 positions, depending on which one you are.
He has to fight for that.
That's going to be 4 or 5 laps, maybe, that he has to make that up. Now, granted, there can be overtimes, and fuel won't be an issue in any of that. But that's going to be really, really difficult for that 42 to make up in that much time. I think he can make it up to 2nd or 3rd. I don't know about a win.
We got 6 to go now. Lights off on top of the pace car.
But John, the 42's proven us wrong a lot tonight, so yeah. I'm not going to count him out.
All right. We'll have 5 laps to go when this all comes together back around. Paranoia. It's in the air. This is what you've looked forward to all night.
I have a feeling we're going to see insane aggression on this. If you're Newbigging, you have to pinch him down the track. You can't let the 38 get away from you early.
Live chat giving the opinions on 2 or 4.
Looks like most going with 2.
But with 5 to go, you just can't be certain on most. First time winners, multiple winners. And the pace truck will be making that hard left to pit road.
Here we go, 5 laps left.
Mitchum Newbigging, Rodriguez and Page, 5 to go in the Great American 500.
Great restart for the 38.
Around.
And they all make it past.
No caution.
Mitchum with a nice lead over Rodriguez. Here comes Newbigging on the high side.
Oh, can he get him?
3 wide all through the pack behind him. The 7's clear.
Newbigging sneaks through. Can he catch Michael Mitchum?
Mitchum with a nice lead. He's got about a 2.5 tenth. He had about a quarter-second lead. 4 to go.
And Doug's got to be hauling hay right here. It's all or nothing.
You got to make the dive bomb anything you can. Slide job, make it happen.
Page in 3rd, Lyons in 4th, Pilmar in 5th.
Oh, contact in the back. DeAngelis and Armstrong.
Page is on his horse.
Newbigging there. He's not making up. He's making up ground.
18-17. It's not over.
He's there.
3 to go.
He's just got to maintain on the straights, try and make it up in the corners. He's going to go low again. Mitchum goes to the high side.
And that 38's going to get loose, just a little loose off turn 2.
There it is. He goes down low. Break the draft.
Newbigging middle.
Oh, but now River Page is going to get underneath the 7.
2 to go in the Great American 500. Armstrong in the wall.
3 miles to win it. It's a 5-car race at the front.
What a race. So much energy. From the start to the closing moments. Can Mitchum hold off the convoy?
It's working now. 38 pulling away little by little. New big and clear. He's going to go low, trying to make up that ground.
It's going to be now or never. Race off for Salamanca. 1 to go from Chicagoland.
About a car length and a half. That's the difference. New Bigging has to make some sort of move. He's going to go low. He's going to try and just make it stick. 38 goes down to block.
Doesn't flinch off turn 2. Moves to the inside. Final drive to 3 and 4. New Bigging is there. Mitchum will keep the distance off turn 4 to win his first e-ticket title. Michael Mitchum wins the Great American 500. New Bigging second, River Page third. Check that, Nathan Lyons third, River Page fourth. And the young gun outclasses the veteran in a stunner on a December night.
Wow. What a race.
Michael Mitchum, an e-ticket champion and our night in America, feeling victories all year long. What a race. Just absolutely insane. And the drive for 3 for the drivers that came in looking for it will have to wait till 2025. Victory. Because guess what? February 7th, that's the Florida 500. And I know you want to mark that calendar because it's going to be something special. RGR gets their first e-ticket title. They celebrate as a team. And what a race. And you know, they marketed themselves all week long, saying, don't count us out. And I hope you didn't, because what a race, what a ride. Let's go talk to your winner. New Bigging, Lions, a top 3. Just wild stuff. Fun stuff at that. The Mavic Miracle ends in a spin. And the comeback story for so many just did not come to fruition. Michael Mitchum will celebrate like he's never celebrated before. Let's chat with him right now. Mitchum, John Ramos, congratulations.
Thank you so much. I don't know what to say.
That is insane. What a drive.
I don't know what to say, dude. I'm in so many emotions right now. I'm in a cry, be way too happy, throw up. I don't know.
Let it loose.
I'm genuinely so happy. Like I can't believe it. I can't believe it. That was just an excellent race.
You held off so many big contenders. You had so many opportunities to lose this race. You were all over this field. You led laps. You were from the back to the front. I wouldn't even say talk about the final laps. Leading up to the caution, you were battling Braden Mavic. And then the caution waves. The 2 tires. Those final 5 laps had to feel like an eternity.
They did. I honestly, I was just clutching my body, hoping for no caution. I genuinely, I could hear my heartbeat through my headset, and that's never happened. That was insane.
Oh man. We just want to hear it all. The whole emotion of the race from the start to the finish.
Yeah, like I said, it was an excellent race. I mean, I had a ton of fun with everybody. I mean, I don't really think there was anybody who exactly wronged me. I think I got betrayed by one teammate a little bit, but so did the rest of the team. The reserve driver Nathan Lyons, cough cough.
Oh.
It was a very, 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 very fun race. I mean, the battling was amazing. There was actual passing. I don't know what to say, man. I really don't. Oh my gosh.
Well, we're going to continue to allow you to have that open. You were watching Enter Night for quite some time. I remember last year in the USA 500, you went up there and started battling for the lead, and we thought, who is this kid? And why is he battling with these guys? And just over a year later, you could add yourself to the names of so many that have won an e-ticket event. You didn't just win an e-ticket. You won one that was 500 miles in the 25th event we had put on.
Yeah, I'm lost for words. I did not qualify where I wanted to, with that being 30th, by the way. That was a horrible qualifying run for me. I was a bit disappointed, but I also just really didn't know exactly what to do. I felt like I could have pushed it a lot harder than I did. But I was able to work through the field, and I mean, yeah, it was a beautiful race. I wouldn't want it any different, because it wasn't like I won it by a landslide. I mean, I had to work for that one, and I want to thank everybody who was racing for racing me clean and making that what it was, because I mean, that was beautiful. That was racing at its peak. I hope the fans are excited, man. As excited as I am.
Anyone watching back at home that's special to you?
Yeah, I wanna thank my dad and my mom. He got on me a little bit ago about not taking the trash out, so that was on me.
Well, you got an extra $100. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I want to thank them for getting me where I am. RaceCPI.com, best setups in the game. So if you're interested, head over there, and SimShop.com if you need any new peripherals for sim racing. But yeah, dude, just excellent race. That was just a blast.
It was very much a blast. Well, you can let it sink in. These viewers were rooting for you back at home, man. I can't wait for you to check back on the live chat. What do you want to say to them? They're still sticking around listening to you now.
Yeah, I hope I put on a show. I hope we all put on a show. I hope you're excited. I want to thank you all for watching, everybody for being here. And I hope it was the best show I could have possibly put on.
It was fantastic. Congratulations on your win. You can go celebrate for the rest of the year because you are now an e-ticket champion. Congratulations, Michael Mitchum.
Thank you so much, John.
And we're going to drag him back. We got to hear from Douglas Newbigging. Oh, man, what a comeback story for Doug coming into that second position when it mattered the most. Douglas, what a scheme. I think you have to stick with it because P2 is a pretty big deal.
That was pretty good. Pretty good. So I'll take that.
Well, the big question now for us is how'd you even do it late? Because you were not in that ballpark with, I want to say, 30 to go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I felt like I had a good car all night. Just a long run was ripping. And then, just never got really the long runs played out in my position. I felt like I was always getting on the leader at the back half of the runs, but like I said, just had nothing for him. Like I just couldn't get there to the front. But yeah, I just took two at the end. Cause I took two, with like 50 to go. I took two. And it worked. I knew it worked from different leagues and whatnot. So I was like, all right, well, I'm just gonna run it back. And for some reason, the only person in front of me that took two was Mitchum. So I mean, what are you gonna do?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I just need a little more. Just had a bad restart there. Didn't run the bottom with like 2 to go. I didn't run the bottom 1 and 2, and that's where I was killing Mitchum at. But yeah, I mean, we'll take second. Didn't want to move him for the win, but we'll take second. So still get money, I think, right? Something like that.
Yes, you do. You're actually getting that because of Eric W. Eric W. We'll have to give him your official name for that. Shout out to Eric W. An associate sponsor. Let's call it like that. Helping out with the second and third place prize pools. Very grateful for that. Douglas Newbigging, Merry Christmas to you, man. That is a great way to head into the final days of 2024. Anything you want to say to the viewers?
Oh, yeah. Thanks for watching, everyone who stuck around. It was a long night. Yeah, that was fun. Definitely. Setup was interesting, I'll say it like that. A lot of people are struggling at the beginning, but you know, I felt it definitely played in my favor, the setup, but Yeah, hopefully next e-ticket. I don't know when it's gonna be. I think maybe Micro Millbridge, not a wing. I'm not gonna say anything, but
Maybe
yeah,
an NR9. How about that one?
Maybe. Hang on. Wait. Chili Bowl maybe? NR9 Chili Bowl.
Oh, okay. Don't throw that away from me now. I would love to have a community event with that.
I know David Bell's gonna like hearing that one, so yeah.
Hey.
I think well, I think we'll do good. I think 2025 is gonna be a good season, so we'll be here for it. And I'm gonna probably fight Frank when I'm gonna see you tomorrow. I'm gonna fight Frank. So I think that's the plan.
There you go. That's the best idea you've had,
So
Doug.
thank you.
Love the fact that you raced. Love the fact you got P2. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'll see you all around. Good seeing you, chat. Good racing, everybody.
P3, Nathan Lyons. Oh boy, man. At one point, you were public enemy #1, but you're a sub driver. You came in late. These drivers had weeks to work on the setup and learn it. You did it. You came in. You showed up. You got P3. Congratulations.
Yeah, yesterday night I was sitting driving, going to get some fast food, and I got a call from Gavin if I wanted to sub in for him. So I don't know. I stayed up to about 3 a.m. testing, just getting a feel for the car at least, and I don't know, that one incident with Josh Kenyon, I just was pushing really tight. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I apologize, but there was nothing I could do there, just really tight. But I don't know, otherwise, like, really good race. We saved tires that one run, almost got to the lead, but can't thank Gavin enough for letting me drive this.
Oh yeah, very, very fun to see the finish kind of all take place there in the final moments. But our big thing for you that we're really excited about was the fact that, you know, you were able to step in and you did it in such a short notice, and getting a top 3, that's not going to go unlooked. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. It was a crazy race.
And that is Nathan Lyons. Well, let's go through where everyone finished, because we know so many of you have your favorite driver out there wondering how they ended off the 2024 e-ticket season. Let's go ahead and check it out here in just a matter of moments. Michael Mitchum grabs his first e-ticket title in NR Night in America, the 25th e-ticket event, the Great American 500. Douglas Newbigin, Nathan Lyons, River Page, William Schmidt, with James Bilmar, Frank DeAngelis, Dylan Basin, Rodriguez, and Vijaya Kumar rounding out that top 10.
And in 11th, Lane Sanders, Jacob Wilkerson behind him, Chase Crawl. A lot of these guys have a really good night. Michael Gregory and Contreras, the top 15. Dean Brummett with the 16th place run. Then Armstrong Garza, dominant guy of the night, finishes 18th position, out of contention. Braden Movick, the miracle was not meant to be. And Cody Meadows finishes the first half of the field.
Josh Kenyon, Zachary Truel, Drew Jua, Abraham Vila, James Thurston with Riker Byram, Carlos Truther, Josh Lully, Delgado, and Max Steinmeier, 21st through 30th.
And finishing out the field, Horley, Reel, and Brett Punkari, as well as McKinney, Beckman, Burrows, Barbagallo, Demos, Sean Conklin, and Varas finishing out the field, all out of the race.
And we're going to bring it back to our studios here in Nashville, Tennessee for the closing thoughts. Let's talk about it. There's a reason why we put Movick at number 2, and it was, I'm going to reiterate what I said earlier in the stream. What was going to be that one thing that he couldn't control that was going to happen? It happened multiple times tonight. Yep. Insane amount of foreshadowing.
Yeah, I mean, he's just sometimes bad luck, sometimes you make your own luck. But overall, though, thought a pretty fun race. I thought, honestly, just very racy throughout the field, which is something that we love to see out of these events. So I don't know how you couldn't have had fun with that one.
Yeah, it was very, very fun indeed. And new winner, e-ticket winner. The ride for 3 is going to not happen in 2024. Maybe 2025, that glimmer of hope continues. But the 2-time club remains the 2-time club. And now a young driver is an e-ticket champion with the likes of Moss Stellar, Movick, Baker, Burrows, and so many others.
Yeah, I mean, John, February 7th, Florida.
February 7th, the Florida 500. to kick off the 2025 season. Well, it's been a heck of a year of broadcasting on the IDK Player YouTube channel, whether it was for Enter Night in America or these e-ticket events. We had so many great moments, so many heartbreaks for drivers, and so many reasons for you to tune in. Hopefully we give you just that reason to watch back next year. Jarrett, it has been very, very fun.
For next year?
Let's
do it. Let's
do it one more time. Let's
man.
run it back. Hey, for everyone hanging out with us, hopefully you have enjoyed your night. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to all that have come on in. I'm John Ramos, alongside Jarrett Lundberg, the Iceberg, saying so long, and we'll see you all very, very soon.